Yeah. Hey. Hello. Hey, hey. How you doing? Welcome. I'm mega sleepy. Hello. Oh. That's boopiness somewhere that's not supposed to be. Hello. Hi, Rada. Hi, Nexus. Hi, Evie. Hello. Ooh, is that? Ooh, That's where the boop's supposed to be. Oh, why am I moving? There we go. Hope you are doing good. Welcome. Ooh. I don't know why I'm mega sleepy though, but I am. Probably because I didn't drink coffee today. I didn't. I didn't drink coffee today. I feel weird. I did drink barley, so it's good. I like barley. Get that time? Oh, okay. Let's do it. Actually, give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Why is that pulse stretch going on? I just came back in this pulse stretch. Okay, I'm ready to do some. Do get that thigh. It's probably gonna hurt a little bit now because I just last night I went to badminton and then it's very tiring. Right, let's do it. I forgot how tiring this can be. I'm 2D though, so it will not be very it will not be very obvious on what I'm doing, but I'm still here. It's fine. Oh, yikey beaky. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm very okay. Just trying to catch my breath. Oh. Okay.
I don't care what you're doing right now,
Oh,
kobold,
goodness.
but you better yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
A kobold's gonna yip. Oh. I'm trying to catch my breath. Hey. Oh, hi, Numbers. Hello. I hope you are doing good. Well, that for sure woke me up. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Also, I wanted to play some Deep Rock Galactic because Kafara mentioned it yesterday and I kind of want to play it back a little bit. I miss my cheese and my drill. It's fun. Let's play some Deep Rock Galactic. Oh my god. I am just got home. Nice, nice. Oh my god, you actually did it 100. Thank you, Nexus. I will yip for Nexus. 100 stream streak. Oh my god. 100. Oh my goodness. Thank you. That is such a huge number stream streak. Oh my god. Boy, Brian, boy. Hello. I'm still trying to catch my breath. Yeah, I'm good. Oh, I'm good. Okay. That's a lot of stream. That is a lot of stream. It's way more than my fingies. That is 4, I think. Yeah, I think 4 fingies, probably. I don't know, but golly, that's a lot of that's a lot of numbers. Anyway, the Deep Rock Galactic. I'm okay. I'm still trying to catch my breath. Funny enough.
Yes, this yip away. Yip away. Hi, Carnine. Here, let me pause this music. Bye. I'm pretty sure my PC cannot handle this game, like, if I open up all the 3D models and stuff. So I'm just gonna become 2D still. What is this? Oh yeah, I'm actually kind of anxious about tomorrow's stuff. Tomorrow is Saturday, right? Oh, yeah, tomorrow is Saturday. This one.
Godro pet Godro wag Godro pet Godro wag Godro pet Godro wag Godro pet Godro wag Godraster.
Godraster. Godraster. Ah, look at it. Pet wag. A pet wag kind of works too. I was looking at more. Bongo wag also works. It surprisingly works. Very, very nice.
Wait, what day is it?
Season reactivation incoming. Oh yeah, I need to reinstall the mods.
Points for me.
Am I still a kobold? With missing tail, I am. Wait, it's gone. Uh-oh. Something's wrong here. And gunner works. Engineer works. Scout works. Why does driller doesn't work? Where's your tail driller?
I'll move so fast those Glyphons won't even know what went over their heads! Am I the only one that sees those platforms as pancakes or potato cakes? No? Oh, okay.
Jeez. Do I need to wait for the mods to like finish installing? Maybe I should. Oh yeah, I mean, Brian, you how do I say this? Uh uh uh, uh oh I mean, you know about the role on Discord, right? Since you asked to be removed, but tomorrow there's like a little thing that I would do on Discord that requires that specific role to play Kobold Cat together. I don't know if you want to join. I just asking because yeah, for first ever Discord thing. Why this game? Kobold Cat. It's a very it's a play together kind of game, and then it's very let's say not safe for work. So that's why that's why I'm asking. That's why I'm like, oh, only with the specific role you can join. Yeah, it's just Driller. Why? All good. Oh god, I don't even remember how to play this game anymore. It's been so long. Faster rate of fire, greater damage. Oh, longer reload time? Ew. Maybe not. I'll skip. Let me try engineer. I feel like engineer is like easier. At least I don't need to aim, so yeah. Sounds like great fun though. Hopefully I don't mess up anything. How much? Oh god, I only have 4. Guess I don't need that. Burst killing. Potency, safe for work.
Hey Lloyd, how about some Glyphid Slammers? Don't worry, I won't feed it to Steve this time. That's the stuff.
It's just drinking for fun. Scout's the best for solo in my opinion. I'm never good with Scout, I feel like, but maybe I should give it a try afterwards. I've one script. Chin strap.
Come to the kobold! Yeah, I'm so happy I could yip! Yeah, I'm gonna quit.
We got the yip! We got the yip!
Really? I mean, really? You guys too? I thought the kobolds would be better than the dwarves.
Yip. I got so excited I'm gonna yip. Yep. 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 Pickaxe yielded. Hasn't born cliffhanger. Promotion qualification engineer. Promotion qualification? Can I still promote? I can resist. Me too. I just love the yeep. Yeep. Eligible for promotion. You receive a promotion in the Memorial Hall. Getting promoted is the only way to earn honor badges and level player rank once your character is maxed out. Oh. Let me try. Mineral I cannot read. I cannot read today. Mineral. What is this? The mission area is home to unusually high concentration of regional mineral resources. Ah, okay. I'll do it. I'll do... Sure. Has it 4? It's only mining mission. How hard can it be? I'm dead.
Okay, we're ready. Get on the pod. How do I start this thing?
Rolling for strength as a kobold.
Bye-bye. Meep. Meep. So you can keep leveling up.
Let loose, kobolds. Charge! So fuzzy. Side by side.
This is a basic mining mission. All you have to do is get more kite, put it in the mule, and we'll send in a drop pod.
Alright, I have to use this. Of course, I forgot. Cheese.
Platform.
Must have gold. My gold. Dude. Must have gold. Is that everything? Oh. My god, the game tells me that I'm a legendary miner, but I'm shit, I'm not. I don't even know how to play this game anymore.
Platform out.
Cheese. Hi, Brecky. Welcome, welcome. You can instruct boss go to mine what you can't reach. Oh, it's right. Of course, I forgot. Boss school. Oh, Nitra. But if I can mine myself, if I can mine them myself, I'll do it. I want to feel the satisfaction.
Platform created.
Cheese. Hope you're doing good, Brecky. Thanks for the pet. There's 4 damage, right? I mean, even Risofring has 4 damage. Where's the path forward? Oh. This is the dirt path, right?
Platform set and ready to use.
Yeah, this one. I'm slowly remember. I can pet the loot bug and kill them. I'm not gonna kill loot bugs. No. I can pet them though. Never kill the loot bugs. Oi,
Platform up.
I'm already dead. Oh wait, Steve.
My love for you never died, Steve.
I didn't know this is a horror game. Shit. Hmm? Nice.
You're my friend now. We're gonna have soft tacos later.
Taco. Taco. That's something. This is something, right? I remember this is something. There it is. I got the big shiny. And I got the more shiny. Girl. Musket girl. Yeah, honestly, just looking at Kafira play the game yesterday, it makes me want to play this game back. It's always a fun game, but I just sort of don't feel... I don't know. I want to play this game, but sometimes I just don't feel like I want to play this game. It's hard to explain. I don't even understand what am I feeling.
Tear through each and every single one of you.
Ebo nut. Hmm? Yep. Oh, Wildflower, hi. Welcome. Are you finding something? Where my Steve? Oh,
Stick with me, boy. I'm gonna show you how to be a real beast.
welcome.
Scanner just lit up like a goblin celebrating Kaboomza. Better get ready.
Hope you're doing good.
All right, sentry placed and ready to be set up.
I should probably have this on. Yeah.
Sentry armed.
Looks like these bugs really want some kobold tail. Better make them eat your bullets instead.
Oh, it's this guy. I forgot.
Slam dunk.
Where's your weak point?
Oh yeah, this is the one.
No. Okay, that's your weak point. I see it. Oh, I do. Hey, Bosco.
Wave is almost over.
I'll never get tired of this. Reloading.
He seems stiff? Maybe. The voices are different. This is the kobold mod. You have the kobold voice, you have the kobold model. It's like an all-in-one package.
That hit the spot.
That's everything, right?
Reloading.
Can they yip?
I'm taking point, Bosco.
I mean, they did yip once just now?
Yeah.
But I don't really hear them yip as much.
Yep.
Yip. What is that sound? That doesn't sound good. What are you? Oh, fuck. I don't know what you are. I don't know what are you. I think that's a weak point. You. You shit.
It reveals its weak spot when it lays eggs. Get ready. This is a lie.
Oh. What the shit was that? A breeder? Oh, they breed spooters? They probably do. Those zapping jellyfish flying things? I can sort of recall those things, yeah. Oh, they breed those stuff, not the spooter. Yikes. Nut. And I feel like there's so many branching paths here. Ah, I remember why I don't play this game as much anymore. It's the pathing. Sometimes I cannot handle. Since I really have I really suffer from bad sense of direction. Like no joke, really bad sense of direction. It just strikes me as sometimes if I cannot find my way around, the game gets a little bit too hard. And each game can stretch to like an hour or something. It gets a little bit tiring sometimes. Oh.
Molly, I need you here.
Oh. Oh. Oh, fuck. Damn, they hurt.
Say hello to my little friend. Done. It has to be done. Sometimes it has to be done.
Hi, Jane.
Things come to those that wait, like specialized melee equipment and snacks.
Snacks? Maybe this is not a branching path. How you doing, Jake?
Depositing.
Doom 2 map 13 downtown. You remember? Is it the map that I spent like hours just running around? I think that was the map. Similar, smaller and similar in color to those passive flying jellies in Light of Something Zone, because they are not blue but purple. I mean, purple good. Nut. Snack Brian. Nut.
I love the sound of that.
Nut. Why don't you use the map? Oh, you want me to understand this map? Truth is, I cannot. no matter how I try, I cannot understand something like this. Like, I know someone says that, oh, it's just like this, and that. My brain cannot process this kind of map. I really cannot. Like, no matter how hard I try, I play this game for 100 hours something, I really cannot understand the map. I don't. I just cannot. It's not like I'm not trying. I am trying really hard to understand the map and everything. I love the game. I love the game about everything, like absolutely everything. It's just I cannot understand this. I really cannot. Like, why is there a little thing in between the gap? Why is there a gap? And why is there something up there? Why is it like everything is like branching? I don't understand. My brain hurts. I ran back and forth for so long. Yeah. I know it looks like I'm trolling, but I'm not. This is really how I feel about maps and shit.
We're hearing a loud swarm of wing beats. Sounds like bacteria are incoming.
Okay,
Alright.
sentry placed and ready to be armed.
It's 3D map.
All
Well,
set.
at
Let the
least that much I
automated
can
shooting begin.
tell. Some I think. Do I fill up nitro? Nitro.
Bacteria swarm incoming.
Not
Wait,
enough.
when did they all get to fly? That's cheating.
Reloading.
I'm gonna get grabbed. I'm gonna get grabbed. Oh, asshole.
Kicked in and tried just jaws. All three of them.
Alright, okay.
Reloading.
Hmm?
Come on.
Where's the nabber? I hear the nabber.
Pantera Hydra down. Let me try to frick.
Is that the nabber? No.
Reloading.
Nope, there it is. No, you die. Okay. Oh, there's another one.
Wow, maybe you guys should be exterminators instead of miners.
Oh, out of bullets. Oh, that's bad.
Reloading.
I should let my turret do the thing. Oh, nice. Oh my god, Steve, you scared me.
Down you go.
We good?
Reloading.
Think about it as echolocation. Whole dark areas are neither air or lit rock, while what you see are walls, edges, and such. Map shows their air meet rock and vice versa. Rock, air? Rock, air? Uh-huh. Zoom in ceilings. This is what I just. This is just what I. This is the hole, right? I think I can understand. Huh? I think that's it. I think. Oh, why is there more Tri-Jaw?
Looks like the Tri-Jaw should have tried harder.
Oh,
Steve! You'll pay for that!
did I just kill Steve? I'm out of shotgun bullets and there's no nitra. I have some nut, no? Uh-oh.
Sentry placed. Time to set it up.
Come on, come on.
Armed and ready. For the pack!
Done. Oh, nitro. Hey, Bosco! Like, sometimes you might see me play a game, and then I'm just moving back and forth at the same place. I'm not trolling. Like, I'm not lying when I say I'm really bad at sense of direction. When I run a place, the same place back and forth,
Sentry gun placed. Ready to be built.
I really have to say that I'm not
Sentry up!
acting this. It is for real that I cannot understand maps and sense of direction. I am really bad sense of direction. So the great thing is where the floor is. If you look at the map from under, you see ceilings and ground, if I recall correctly. I cannot bonk here. I can rely on Bosco at least.
Reloading!
Do I have enough nitro? And Kobold relies on Dragon for path. Kobold just follows Sand of Dragon. God, I wish. Yeah. You know what? True. I need Dragon for pathing. Oh, wow. Oh, shit. Use this one.
I choose you! No, don't stop! This is just too much fun!
So many things down there, though. And in the middle. Hey, Bosco, get that one.
Swarms on intercept course. Better get ready.
Resupply on its way!
Resupply incoming.
Okay, sentry placed and ready to be armed.
The arrow points the way your character is
Sentry up.
facing.
Rhetoric. Alright, the resupply.
Positions. The swarm is
Give.
A little bit for me, and a little bit for my friend here. Oh yeah, feeling much better now.
Stay still! Your wagging days are over!
Oh, I need.
Believe in Steve! Oh, come on, you creeps! Just give up already!
Bad idea.
Reloading!
I just saw this Mokai.
And stay down, gas bag!
the last of the wave is approaching you now. Finish them.
Hey, no bully.
You bugs are nothing! Okay, collecting ammunition.
Bosco one pickaxe bonk. Did I hear a bonk? You did. There. It's very subtle, but it's there. Oh, gold. I need one more nut.
Reloading!
I think Slasher dies too quickly. I'd rather have a Steve tank. Oh shit. Jeez.
Platform placed.
Ooh, heck. Thank you, Brian. I don't think I've been here before. Wait, I've been here. If I've been here, how is this still here? Hmm? Oh, okay. That particular gen wanted to defy physics.
Ooh, I got this bad feeling. Shit, did I forget to slap the dice before I left?
More hit pits. There's two more. This one's good. This one's good. Good. Actually, yeah, very healthy. So this one, this is where that is where I came from, and I did go down. I just sort of skip a sequence just now, I think. Have a good luck, Wildflower. Poke shine. No. Oh, okay, you can poke them. Just don't take them away from me. I love my shinies. Nut. Fuck.
Steve! No!
Can you just kill Steve?
Secondary objective complete. Make it home to collect your bonus. Wait, if they don't make it home, do I get their bonus?
I can just go down here with more, okay? Just joins your horde.
Check out this move.
I have a
This
trucker.
kobold's a little sleepy.
That's me, I'm very sleepy.
Crunchy.
Gotta love that sound. It would be funny to say that I love the survivor. I like Deep Rock Galactic Survivor more than this.
Molly. Love you when you're there. I hate you when you get in the way.
The first kobold to have a dragon and horn. I think there are multiple, but I'll take it. I don't know. I don't know if there are other kobolds who have dragons in their horn. But I feel like there should be. I feel like there should be. And kobolds holding dragons. Dragons. That's why we go look for a while. Have good rest. I didn't drink coffee, that's why I'm so sleepy.
A horde of glyphid swarmers is heading your way.
Oh
Hopefully you
no.
brought some bug spray.
Really? Swarmers? Uh-oh.
The swarmers are here.
I should probably use this one. Oh
Alright,
boy.
sentry placed and ready to be set up.
Oh no, the amount of...
Remember, one bullet each. Sentry turret hard. More, then by all means, give them more.
Hey, Molly! That feels good, right?
Reloading.
Oh, Shredder is killing them really fast. You're first kobold to have a jewel nightshade in your horde. Okay, maybe that. I'm pretty sure I'm the first one. A jewel nightshade. That sounds so cool.
I live for this.
Hey, looks like you got through it, team.
Small. They're just kobolds. But smoother. One shot of a shotgun doesn't kill, really. There it is.
Reloading. Even without my dark vision, you're too easy to hit.
Nice. Okay, make it. Jewel Nightshade Yosona. Swarmers are one-shot swarming units. Super annoying. I mean, there's a lot of them, but I feel like as a driller, should have a good time against swarmers. You have the poopy gas, you have the ice gas, and you have more gas. Sounds like driller food. No. That's a that.
One down, two down. Come on, I can do this.
Are you still killing things? Holy shit. So
Platform set, sturdy, and ready.
cheats. Me after Taco Bell. Yeah, I heard little things about like Taco Bell will make you feel like you want to make you feel like you want to shart. It's not like just fart, but it's shart.
Can't risk spilling it. I'm gonna have to come back for this later.
Molly,
Shake those legs of yours, Molly.
come here, Molly. That works.
Damn it! I think I knocked something loose. Tell your ancestors I said hi.
Yep. Yep.
Yep, yep.
Yep. Yep. Cheese.
Platform.
Yep, yep.
Cheese. Yep.
I'm doing my part too.
Hey, how about no?
Oh!
Yep. Maybe just recall them. Yeah.
Why you bullying me?
I'm not bullying anyone. No. Yay. Oh. Is there more? Oh, it's you. Oh. Stink. I know that thing.
You did, I'll catch.
Stingtail's dead. Go ahead and unwedge your undies.
Nah. This looks like a really good place for shinies. It's way up there though.
Platform up. Can you help me dig this out?
It'll be a good idea to put turret here.
Sentry placed. Time to set it up.
Looks like there's a lot of things that I can mine here.
And just like that, shooting gallery ready.
Scanner just picked up a swarm of glyphic grunts heading your way. Oh, that's a lot of them.
Oh. I was just mining too. Here, let me put a resupply. Oop.
Tactical shiny drop. Oh, wait. It's just supplies? Oh, well, I guess you'll have to find the shinies yourself. Grunts engaging. Oh, I hope they have a happy life together.
Right here. Everybody load up and
Oh, I want this.
Down you go. Is that all you got?
That's good enough. Molly?
Molly, here, now. I can't hold any more of this.
Oh.
Suck on that.
Come on.
Quota met. That's some first-class mining. Come home and we got some cold ones ready for you.
A first class mining? That's huge praise. Yay. No. Yep. Oh, goodness me.
The hostiles are backing down. Do you think they're planning to regroup and come back for us?
We good? Well, that's a yip and a half.
Reloading.
A breach cartel is too good.
Hey, I'm full. Where's Molly?
Molly. Wasn't there more stuff? Yeah, there it is. Must have gold. Hmm.
Okay, okay, taking ammunition.
I'll take 2.
Just what I need. Ammo taken. Oh, you see, even a flippin' can be cute.
I think I got everything right. Cannot tell. Oh, I want to get that on my own.
Access provided. No need to thank me.
Oh, come on.
Platform.
Thanks. Yep, and I think that's pretty much everything.
Reloading. Fuck. That one's for Quartomac.
How do you even dodge that? The oppressor? Oh god.
It's dinner time, Shredders. Dig in.
Going back.
Don't worry, team. Drop pod's on the way. As soon as I figure out how to land it.
Going back. Actually, let me take one more.
Reloading. Loading up for more destruction. I feel rejuvenated.
The drop pod's arrived. Let's get Molly back to the landing zone. Oh, and I guess you guys can come along too.
Go, go, go! Drop pod isn't waiting for
5 minutes till we leave without you. It's
No.
no skin off my back, because we know for sure the mule will make it.
That looks very far.
We better hurry.
Looks like a straight line ahead. Oh, Yikey Beaky, really?
Launching in 4, 3, 2. Oh wait, sorry, that's 4 minutes. My bad, team.
Come on, go, go! Die for the swarm to be swarm.
Where is Mew going? Where's Molly going? Oh god, it's up there. Yeah. This is gonna take 10 years. I got this, right?
You're out.
Uh-oh.
What are you waiting for? There's only 3 minutes left till we launch.
I use shredder attack. I love the smell of gunpowder.
This is really
Remember
bad.
you, Steve? Forever. We're running out of time. Come on.
I'm going. I should construct a
Mule
map.
has docked. Launch it. Oh wait, we gotta wait for them? Dang it.
I think I'm close. I don't know. Can Bosco help dig? I don't even know where Molly went, and I was like, oh no. Oh.
Drop pod departing in T-minus 2 minutes.
Come on, 1, 2, 3, 4, move it!
Oh god, the meters. I don't even know what's going on behind me. One minute. I feel I'm close to something.
Oh, just face it already! You can't scare a kobold when you're just not scary at all! Nuh-uh! No oppression in my den!
Did I mess up? Oh, no, it's there. Can you not grab me now?
I know we say leave no doors behind, but you've only got 1 minute.
Oh!
Returning you to orbit.
I think I'm close. Yeah. Let it go, I become Elsa? Since when I said that? Oh, it was when I was playing Minecraft as well. Wow. I become Elsa. Nice, the kobold did it. I think I'm close. Oh, that was kind of scary.
Well done. You're getting closer to completing your assignment.
Nice. Nice. What's the mission? Protect the drill dozer. I think engineer can do this, yeah. Oh, I have hazard 5? No. I'm not doing hazard 5. Oh god. Nah.
Okay, you guys get in the pod, and I will totally launch this thing, because I know how to do that. And I'm not looking at the manual right now.
Faster rate of fire, faster reload. Oh. I don't like this gun though. Something about this gun just makes me feel like it's kind of slow. A little bit too slow. Let me try this one. What is this gun? A significant DPS increase while boosting. Cannot move while boosting. Longer recharge after boosting. Boosted beam continues firing until capacitor is fully discharged. How do I even use this gun? I don't remember. Let me try out this gun. Alright, 2 different guns this time. Veteran depositor. I have dash? I don't need that. Long press C while airborne to activate. For melee attack, you get temporary melee damage bonus. 3 times each mission, you can trigger a large neural pulse explosion after you go down. Get me to fire with all your weapons reloaded and a rage field strength for 8-second last stand before going down for good. Move faster, hit harder, and resistant to slow down to make it count. Revive faster. Upon reviving someone, nearby enemies flee. Oh! You get boosted melee damage and a lightning fast pickaxe power attack recharge. When you are within 4 meters of a teammate, both your shields recharge 50% faster. You can overcharge a teammate's shield to 300% for 20 seconds. Hold space after going down to activate. I want to try this one. Alright, here we go. Musket bucket. Musket bucket. Oh! 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 No. Oh, I think that's perfect. Oh my god. Come on. Oh, yeah.
It says here in the manual that the seats are for dwarves only. Kinda racist when you think about it.
Fuck!
Why did it just say fuck like that? Bye bye.
To up your barrel kicking skills if you're gonna get a high score like Beefy Boy.
Did I just see a beefy bowl? Hi, Toys R Us. Welcome.
Hey! Are you golden scale? Then sway that tail!
Knock knock! Room service!
Hope I don't get a critical failure. Oh, that would be embarrassing.
Okay, team, I signed you up for an escort mission. Everyone loves escort missions. You have to escort our drill dozer until it gets to the
Come on,
Hearthstone,
Molly.
which is like a giant jawbreaker. Watch out! The red is incoming, and she's a thick one.
She's a thick one.
Access provided. No need to thank me.
And the gold. I mean, since it only takes one hit to destroy, it is a good terrain. Hmm? I hope that's just the music, it's not something ominous that's going on. To my right.
Don't let it get in your mouth!
Where's Molly?
Come on, put a pep in your step, Molly.
Oh, hi Molly. I have 2 nut for you. Oh, actually, sorry, 2 ball sack for you.
Right over here, Molly. Come on.
It looks like this one is just straight up ball sack. You cannot tell me otherwise. It's just straight up ball sack. Mm-hmm. think there's no more ball sack around.
Where the heck is Molly? Molly!
Doretta. Oh,
Miss Dottie here can drill so many massive tunnels. Sometimes you need the biggest tunnels, and who you gonna call? Dottie the Hottie!
a thick one.
Doretta's on the move. Try to keep up.
Oh, I cannot put.
Okay, she's locked onto the Heartstone. Now we just gotta keep her safe.
There's a wave of enemies coming to attack the drill dozer. Financially speaking, though, it's better to die trying to defend it.
Die!
Oh, that was quick.
Die for the swarm to be swarmed!
Let's see. What exploded?
That was an oppressor? Consider me unimpressed! Dottie needs help!
Where's Dolly? Am I under Dolly? Oh my god. God damn it. No, Dolly lost one thing.
Priority alert! Doretta's taking some permanent damage.
We are not losing this Dottie! It's a fix her now!
Doretta's stuck. She must be dry as a bone. You'll have to lube her up with some more oil from the oil shale.
I hope that helps.
We call it menace,
Sentry
right?
plates. Time to set it up. And just like that, shooting gallery ready.
God damn it, it's a menace.
Attacking Dottie!
I hate it here.
Nothing escapes this kobold! I know you're a tough girl.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, yeah! Reloading!
What do I need to do again? Oh yeah, I need to refill the thing, right? Refill, LT. I don't need the nutsack as well.
Is anyone watching over Dottie?
There's only me. Oh,
Come on, catch her up before she takes permanent damage! No bugs wrecking you, Miss Dottie. You're the hottie.
there was a little nutsack that I just shot. Where'd they go? I don't see the nutsack. That's a lot of things. Oh, these are the nutsacks that I just shot.
Shake that sexy metal ass and get over here, Molly.
Come on.
Oi, if I discover a new mineral, I am totally gonna call it cobalt stone.
We love cobalt stone.
Hey, did any of you see that weird design for Molly by Electronic 621st? It's bizarre.
Ugh.
This Dottie's under attack! Who's at the top
It's all good.
Reloading! She's not gonna make it like this. We need to help her.
Oh jeez.
Don't worry, we're here for you, Dottie.
Oh jeez.
Just when I thought things were getting boring.
Good grunt guard. Oh guard. Wait, don't kill.
Steve.
That helps.
They're trying to take after Retta. Don't let them. You just focus on staying functional, Miss Dottie. We got you.
Okay, I need a few more nutsack.
Cheese,
Platform.
cheese, cheese.
I'll refill the right now once I'm done with the nutsack. And also just mining everything essentially. I still need the gold and nitra. The good stuff. Uh-oh.
They're attacking Miss Dottie.
Oh my god, why is there oppressor there? I'm dead. My god.
Hang in there, girl.
Okay.
I feel fresh out of the egg.
Is there more things? I think that's how... Oh! Hmm? Oh! Oh, I see a nutsack.
Reloading. Resupply ordered.
I hate to tell you, but we're out of budget for resupplies. Can you make this one last?
Molly, could you get over here? Dottie craters. I think I just lost some tubes in there. Resupply pod is here. Everybody collect ammunition.
Really? Wait, I'll press it again.
I'm gonna need to resupply. Say hello to my little friends.
Oh! Oh, this is good. Okay, I don't need to bring the I don't need to take the thing first. Why are you like that? Alright, take it slow.
Fuel canister inserted. Dottie's gonna be ready in no time.
At least the placement of these oil shells is pretty easy to get. Hmm? Please no horde. I'm so close to being done. Nice.
There we go. My canister is full. Heading back to the drill dozer.
Did I throw it too far? I totally did.
Drill dozer fuel at 100%. She's ready to go.
Dretta's fueled up and ready to
Okay,
move.
okay, taking ammunition.
Gonna
Okay,
take two.
collecting ammunition. Reloading.
We good?
Wow, the drill dozer started on the first try? That's new. We've got some strange readings, team. It's almost like the giant jawbreaker is attracting the bugs or something.
Eh. What is that?
We're gonna need a bigger boat. Yeah, bring the noise.
Man, there's so many things to mine here. Hey, Bosco, mine that
Help me
first.
check this out.
Oh, hi.
She's tough, but she's not invincible. We need to fix her. We're here for you, Miss Dottie.
Okay. Can I...
Now it's a party.
The drill dozer has reached the Hearthstone. It's time to crack open the galaxy's biggest jawbreaker.
Steve, what happened? Steve?
Oh.
No, 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 no!
What happened? Whoa, whoa. The fuck is going on?
It's dinner time, Shredder. Dig in. I don't think I can ever go back to just simply mining. This is my life now. Don't worry, we got you, Miss Dottie. You just focus on staying functional.
Eh. Oh. Why is that a thing here? Oh god. Nice.
All right, sentry placed and ready to be set up.
A
All
nitro.
set. Let the automated shooting reload it.
Crap. Only 23 nitro. Definitely gonna need more.
Come on, you can do this, Dottie.
I did see a few before I came here. At the previous area. There's like a bunch of nitro around. Definitely gonna need these. Need more nitra. I just need 2 more nutsack and yeah.
Move your butt over here and hurry, please!
This is fine.
The secondary objective is completed.
I keep saying it,
You
but
still have
it's
to
true.
finish
This
the
place is
job.
almost nice compared to last time. Almost.
There should be a few more nitro around here. I need at least 1 more resupply pod before I can start the jawbreaker. Oh. Oh. Wait, really? There's no more? I should check the last area.
Watch and learn.
Hmm. Whoa. Whoa.
So foul! I've missed you too, Hoxies! We're not losing you, Miss Dottie. Reloading!
Is there really no more nitro? I just need like... Oh, there it is. Yes. There's one.
Platform
There's
set
one.
and ready to use.
Cheese. Cheese.
Might be a bit too high. Nope, all good. Parkour.
Cheese.
Platform placed.
Cheese. Cheese.
Platform set, sturdy, and ready.
Can't even call for another... I need 1 more. I need literally just 1 more
Come on,
nitro.
girl, move it.
Oh, there it is.
Cheese.
Platform up.
Cheese.
I might wait something up here.
Cheese.
Platform out.
Cheese.
Platform. No more.
Okay, that's enough. Oh my god, Molly, really?
Hold up. I need the mule.
Alright, come here, Molly. I need to throw things inside you. Thank you. Okay, that's enough.
Resupply on its way.
There's some sort of hand-drawn nerd on this resupply? Not really sure who's responsible for that.
Tantrum nerd.
The big chunky gal herself that makes every driller blush. All right, the resupply's here. Everybody go get ammunition and sugar.
I'll take one.
The drill dozer has
There's
started
nothing
the
more
extraction.
destruction.
Don't lose it though, otherwise you might have to lick your way to the center.
Lick away to the center.
There's a swarm detected. Better keep the drill dozer operational. It represents a significant financial investment. The swarm's right on top of you.
Natural selection, slithead.
Huh, I like this weapon.
Get them off of Dottie now. Use shredder attack. Don't worry, we're here for you, Dottie.
All good, all good.
Reloading.
Where is shooting?
Is that all? I can smack you with my tail if I want.
Oh crap.
The other shell has been breached. Keep protecting Doretta.
That's weren't enough. Now the armor heart is actually throwing boxes at us.
I forgot flying rock is a thing.
We're not losing you, Miss Dottie.
Oh crap. That really hurt.
Get those creeps off of her! Hey, boss! You think you're done with me yet? Oh, you're in for a serious shock! You're always there when I need you, Bosco! Reloading!
Ah, that's a permanent damage.
Swarm on an intercept course. Please protect Doretta.
A little bit for me,
Dozer's taking
a
even
little
more
bit for you.
damage. Just remember, if it goes down, you're out of a job. Wait, they're not out of a job? Oh, you lose the mission anyway. Man, you're only halfway through. Let me know when you're done.
Tough.
Since these folks really want some kobold tail, better make them eat your bullets instead.
Reloading! Oh, shit! Taste my might! Get those bastards off of Dottie! Don't worry, we got you, Miss Dottie. You just focus on staying functional.
Last one?
3/4 of the way done, eh? Man, it's about time.
Can't resist the cuteness. No bugs wrecking you, Miss Dottie. You're the hottie. Oh, shit!
Seriously?
Nope, still not good enough.
Okay.
The swarm is approaching you.
I'm basically just not doing anything but fixing things and shit.
The way is here. You can find them if you want, but it's your funeral. Nowhere in the manual does it say kobolds were this crazy.
Lucky.
Dottie the hottie's not looking so hot. We need to fix her.
Come on.
Choose you.
Okay, okay, okay. Sorry, that's Steve.
We're here for you, Miss Dottie. Guys, get them off of Dottie now! Yeah! Ugh. I think I killed
there's
the right
more.
one there.
Nice. Man, to take care of so many things at once. It's kinda tough. We did it? Nice.
Doretta made it to the center of the Hearthstone. Damn, I was kind of wishing it would be gooey, but at least it still looks sweet. Oh no, she's broken. I guess management just wants the Hearthstone, but can you bring Doretta back too?
Oh. Where did Dorita fall off to? Ow.
Time to haul the goods. Oh, crap, storm!
Oh, jeez.
Reloading!
Where did Dorita go?
Molly, come here!
Oh, guys, look. Ah, it's this land shark again.
Nice, you got the juicy center of the jawbreaker. Now just attach it to Molly and push the button when you want the drop pod. Oh, I can't wait.
Why did I not see Dorita? Where did... Oh, there you are. Okay, of course we need to bring her back. Alright, press the button, take the last thing and then go.
Don't worry, guys. I'm sending the drop pod.
Alright,
Maybe
loading
it's this
back up.
button.
Just what I needed. Reloading!
Can you
Can you
take
carry
this?
that for me, please?
Can you carry Dot? Oh, you are the best. Okay, let's go.
The drop pod has arrived. The money's been called back. I mean, mule.
Let's
T
not
minus
have
5
good
minutes, team. Better get a move on.
Are you carrying it? Where's Bosco? Oh, Bosco is very slow.
That's all? You're ridiculous!
Oh. Okay, Bosco is following.
Go tear him up, guys! Ammo taken.
So lucky.
4 minutes until launch.
Oh, I didn't see that's a bomb. That's a weird placement. Didn't even realize that.
The money is secured. Now we can initiate the launch sequence. Hopefully you get on before we leave.
Keep your appendages to yourself!
I'll carry that. There we go. just in case. I don't know if Bosco counts.
Daddy lives to drill another day.
Retrieving the escape pod.
Nice.
Send in the next cleanup crew later.
I feel like when I'm EP, and then when I play this game, I feel more... I don't panic as much. I don't panic as much when I'm EP. Because I'm too EP to even panic. Feels good. 2 missions in. Hi, malicious magpie.
Good job. You're making good progress on your assignment.
Mm. We have 2 more for the promotion, right? I like the shotgun more. I don't like the submachine gun. It feels weird. Yeah, this one is good. Shoot your turrets to make them create an overloaded shot? More pellets in each shell. But less total ammo though. 2 more pellets means more damage, I would say. I think I want the max ammo. I'll also see if I can up the graphics a little bit. Ultra quality? I can see the words. Do I have facing on? I do, but I kind of still see some screen tearing. Probably it's just my eyes doing weird shit. Yeah, I think the rest is good. I'll keep it like this. Oh, it's this place again. Parasites? One there, right? It's a boss fight? Something is eating a creature from the inside out and will go after you as soon as their host die. Oh no. Oh no. I have to deal with this with a boss fight? Okay. Alright, okay, okay. I should try out this gun.
You can rest assured that I'll put it to good use. Oh, yeah.
Targets further away? Decrease the size of the lock-on area for extra tight control and focus targeting while also greatly extending the lock-on range. Or lose lock threshold. I'll get this one.
Now that's shinies well spent.
Smart targeting software. This premium software update make your camera prioritize targets with lower health and avoid placing more locks than necessary. Now that's smart. To overpenetrate targets with minimal loss of energy. Fire straight through several enemies at once. That's the best.
Fantastic mod!
Reduce time between lock-ons, helping you reach a full lock-on faster. Extension helps the camera sort out more light and minimize distortion. This is really situational, no? If I can lock on faster... If I can lock on faster, that means that I can shoot fast. I think? Yeah. Loosening a screw in the lock mechanism bypasses safety at a full lock-on, making rounds do more damage. Has been wired to the lock-on mechanism, turning rounds electrical when the lock-on threshold is passed. A full lock-on? It's good for this one, because I lock on faster. Yeah, let's get this one.
Yet another good modification.
Lock shall always hit the target, ignore armor. Maintain locks at wider angles. Longer reload time and slower burst rate of fire. Oh, seeker rounds. Oh, it's a homing bullet. Oh, that's good. Alright. Maybe this gun is really good. Let me try it again. And I like the shard diffractor. Alright, we're gonna fight the boss. Do I dare do Hazard 4? Nah, I can try.
Okay, they selected a mission. Power up the drone pod.
Dark Morkite? I don't need that. Gosh, we're even in parasites.
You know what? Let's just say the dwarves did it.
And also, I'm gonna change something. Good RAM fix. I want 1.0. Yeah, this one. Could put quality on this one. Yeah, look at that. Oh, that looks good. It feels like I'm wearing glasses now. I'm wearing glasses to play this game. Oh my god.
How ravishing!
Right, now I can look at things.
I roll for a speech check. Rick.
Oh. I feel like I'm gonna die to this one so many times. It's the boss fight, and I dare go for Hazard 4 alone.
For Quantumac! Golden scales! Golden scales! Hey, Bugs! Did you miss us?
Management's pissed about Gary's gnome tech toys running amok on Hoxus. We're sending you in to deal with what's left of the industrial sabotage site. Needless to say, Gary won't be on these channels anymore.
Where is that old girl? Molly!
Wow, it feels like I can look at everything clearly.
Smash and shatter!
It feels weird to be able to see everything clearly
I'm gonna
now.
need the mule. Pause it time.
Nice.
Molly! Where are are you?
Need to do the hex first, right?
Listen to those minerals go.
What are these things? The CDK harvester. I'm not gonna get harvested, am I? That's too high up.
You dig, I'll catch.
Cave fine. Why are you like this? Are you trying to touch me or some shit? Feels like there's still a lot more up there.
Yep, as scary as Hoxies can be, I'm just glad there's no bears here.
Cheese.
Platform out!
Wasn't I at this place just now as well? I should go mine on my own.
Cheese.
Platform place!
Cheese. Cheese.
Platform set, sturdy, and ready.
Oh no. Ow. Wait, that's really good though. Why did I feel like the gun sucks before?
Cheese.
Access provided. No need to thank me.
Uh-oh. Yike.
Cheese.
Platform set and ready to use.
I think that's everything. Oh shit. I need to stop doing that. Oh yeah, these things. They hate fire.
Looks like I'm the one that bursted your bubble.
I learned this when I was playing Driller, that these mechanical things, once they get overheat, they just explode. No matter their health, it's like, oh hey, that's pretty good.
Oh yeah!
Wait, that's a radiator crystal.
Yikes! worthless crystal?
Don't think I can mess with this. I had to be quick.
Fuck!
Okay.
Nope, can't carry anymore. Molly! Honestly, Deep Rock needs to do some tweaking to your pathing AI or something. I don't know. Yep, I'm gonna need the mule. You know, if you were to tell me that my next job was gonna be mining and shooting bugs at the same time, I'd say you were crazy.
There's a lot of nitro.
Cheese.
Platform up.
Cheese.
Platform.
Darn, it looks like Gary thought of everything. He put a force field around the data vault. If you follow those cables, maybe you'll find some power stations and we can shut them down.
Hey! Am I the only one keeping score here?
Oh jeez, everything hurts. Are you not dead?
Ah, what? Afraid to fight us now that your warden is gone? Well, stiff!
It's so bright. It's so shiny. But it's a bad shiny. The shiny is gonna hurt me. Yeah. Come on, come on, come on.
Smash and shatter! Never felt better. I'm seeing nothing in your future if you look at me like that.
Oh, night, huh?
Cheese.
Platform created.
Cheese.
Pretty sure I need more nitro if I'm supposed to, you know, if I'm about to fight the boss. Yeah. Oh.
Cheese.
Platform! Boy, you've got a bottomless gut, Holly.
Cheese.
Platform! Why not? I can't use this for anything.
Something there.
Cheese.
Platform created.
Cheese. Cheese.
Platform set and ready to use.
Cheese.
It's a bit of a waste, but I feel like this is. I guess I didn't waste it enough. Here, why not put one more?
Cheese.
For good measure. Locating the power station. Oh. Space frog? It's a frog! Hello, Saber 12X, Wolf Shade 1228. Hello, welcome. It's a frog. It's a space frog. And the mining. I assume you were playing this. What do you call it? The Deep Rock Galactic. Were you? There it is. Wow. Hi. Hopefully, the game was heckin' fun. I haven't played this game in a long time. I decided to come back to it because yesterday I heard someone talking about Deep Rock Galactic. I just kind of want to go back to it for a little bit. And now I'm doing this. Welcome, welcome. Also, I hope you had fun. It's so much fun. Hell yeah, it's really good. Oh yeah, no problem. But of course, also thanks for the raid. Appreciate. My name is Tiara. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games.
And welcome.
I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits, and I do art every Monday. Thanks for the follow, Saber12X. Yay.
Oh yeah, say my name! Praetorian crushed! Might want to watch out for the gas though.
Oh goodness me, I don't even know why I'm playing Hazard 4.
Hello. And
Squish!
welcome.
I do it every Sunday. Nice! I just recently got back into art.
Never felt better.
I'm scared. But yeah, I'm glad you had fun with your hacking stream. And also if you need to do like your, post-stream care, very important. Get some drinks, get some food, get some rest. Yeah, definitely.
A kobold never sleeps. It power naps.
That's bad, right?
Get off of my land, Versturt!
Nice. It is definitely food time. And go have the good food. And thank you again for the raid. Big bird. That's bad, right? Oh yeah, that's not mine. Oh, I'll show you mine. Cannot help but feel like I wasted one of my shredder. That was shiny. Uh-oh.
Get away from me, you oversized shaver! Looks like I'm the one that planted one between your eyes, you hunter!
That's good. Oh. Is it too far? Good enough. I'll see you around the Twitchscape Rock and Stone. Thank you. I'll see you around as well. The rock and stone. And also golden scales. I play as a kobold in this game.
Crunchy!
Since I'm a kobold, I have to play as a kobold.
Cheese.
Platform up!
Cheese. Cheese.
No, yeah, I didn't need to do that. Are these mine? No, they're not. Oh, there's so many things.
Cheese.
Platform set, sturdy, and ready.
Cheese.
That works. Any more shinies I can take?
Come on, put a pep in your step, Molly.
Oh god. Why do you have... Is that tree wardens? Molly, please.
The warden ain't here to watch over you now, Bugs!
I still have a lot of like turret bullet. Okay, I have an idea.
Loaded up and heading for the mule. And a little closer to our quota.
I have a lot of nitro. At least that's good. I'm not too afraid if not too afraid of me not having enough bullets. I'll put it around here.
Alright, sentry placed and ready to be set up.
I need to protect this thing, right? Oh wait, no, I need to destroy this thing.
Behold, machine of death! Time to have Haxie hack into this power station.
Received. Hacking pod incoming. Stand clear.
Oh, I need to protect the hacking pod.
Hacking pod has arrived. Establish a transmission tether from it to the power station.
Where? There was a sniper line.
See you need, fill a need. You're out. Reloading.
Well, definitely gonna need a resupply here. I only have 3 cheese.
Cheese.
Access provided. No need to thank me.
Cheese.
Gun's completely empty.
I don't think it's enough. Crap. I don't really want to put a supply drop here, but
Resupply
fine.
ordered.
Sending in an extra shiny supply pod.
Yeah, I'm too empty.
All right, the resupply's here. Everybody go get ammunition and sugar. Loading up for more destruction.
Cheese.
Platform out. Come on, guys. I want this over with as much as you do. Come on, teamwork. Go teamwork.
Oh, yay. Not cheese. Hi? Wait, give me a second. Something's happening here. Okay. I think that's everything. Don't kill me. Thank you. Oh, it's Nan. Hi, Nan. Hello. I think I can just pause. What am I doing? Hi, Muffin. Hi, Nan. I'm getting stolen by a bird. I saw you were playing some roguelike game, but I'm not too sure what it is. How was it? How was game? How was stream? A tiny rogue. Right. Hopefully that was fun. It's really good. Nice. I just want to visit this game back for a little bit because someone was playing this game and then it sort of sparked something within me. I just kind of want to play for a little bit. Hi, Magical Mug. Also, I'm very EB for whatever reason. Oh, thanks for pet. I see you're using the best engineer weapons. The Eeper, yeah. I didn't know that this one is really good.
It's super effective.
And I didn't know this is a really good weapon as well. I think I used this weapon like way back then. And then I don't know how to use it properly, and then I was just like, oh no, this weapon sucks, and then and I never used it anymore. And then now I try to use it again. It's so good though. Oh, is that good enough?
Drone connected to the station. Go get the nerd out of the box when you're ready to start hacking.
Nerd. Oh yeah, also thanks for the raid again, Nan. Oh yeah, I forgot. My name is Tiora. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love finding games. I love dragons to bits,
Sentry
and I
gun
do
placed.
art
Ready to be built.
every Monday now. Yeah,
And just
welcome,
like that,
welcome.
shooting gallery ready.
Hope you are having a great day or great time. Use the mod that explodes if you log 3 shots on the enemy. I think I have the full log on plus damage thing.
Time to get busy, Haxie.
The hack has begun. You gotta protect Haxie, though. He's a little bit of a weak nerd.
Weak nerd. Zerain, hi, Rock and Stone. Golden Stone, Rock and Stone. And Golden Scales, oh. It's so painful. Why is it so strong? Hi.
What's
Hi.
your ammo count? I mean, if you can. Reloading.
Oh my god, this gun is really fucking good. I don't need to aim and it hurts. It hurts so... It's so painful. The gun is so good.
Shoot, go away.
Hiya.
Haxie's taking damage.
One down, two down. Come on, I can do this.
Hexy, come on. Oh. No! I want to get Steve.
You can't keep running away every time you get mad, Taxi.
Hacking drone reactualizing.
Reactualizing. I forgot how charming this game is.
The first power station's been hacked. Just one to go.
Hey again, Nexus.
Reloading.
Yeah, I should just go take the resupply part there.
All right, loading back up. Oh yeah. Okay, collecting ammunition.
Did I make you aim at this wall? I mean, you do you. Ooh, look at all the dragon hugs and boops. Uh-oh.
How about you shut up? Sentry down.
Oh. Hello? Hello, Kitty Go Getty. Yeah, I'm surprised. Hello, welcome Raiders. What were you playing? Oh my god, it's another Deep Rock Galactic. Let's go. Hopefully DRG is fun. Heck yeah. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope stream was fun. Hope Deep Rock Galactic is treating you well. Popular kobold? No. I'm far from it. I'm just a little kobold, not popular. Hopefully stream was good. Welcome in. And also, welcome in Raiders.
Oh yeah.
My name
Feeling
is
much better now.
my name is Tiara. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. And I do art every Monday. Build skills, a fellow employee is a fellow employee. True. Employee is an employee. We all do our jobs the same. Oh, this gun reloads for 10 years though. What is even going on?
Spread is dead, baby.
Cheese.
Platform set and ready to use.
Cheese. God, I love cheese, but they're so expensive in Malaysia. You know, I was shopping 2 days ago, and then I was like, I want some good cheese. And then I saw the packaging is like mozzarella cheese, like a small 550-gram of shredded mozzarella cheese. 17 ringgit. It's like, oh no. 17. Yeah, I'm good. I'll pass.
Well done. You did the thing you were supposed to do. It's like you were getting shinies for it or something.
I find it very cute that I love Dragons to Bits has become part of the introduction to Raiders. Ooh, it's very important. It's very important. Because I do love Dragons to Bits.
How about you shove aside?
Oh, nice. Uh-oh. Ah, they got this. It's fine. Wowzers. I assume the wowzers is for the price of cheese. It is indeed. It is indeed very wowzers. I was surprised too. I mean, I know the pricing is like that, but man, every time I look at it, it's like, mm.
Hope you got a good look at me.
I don't care. Nice. Oh my god, you scared me. Why are you like this? It's a tentacle.
Yeah, it's you and me against the world. You really know how to pull your ever-growing weight.
Things are allowed to be
No
both
thanks to
true
us.
and adorable. I cannot argue with that. It's true. There are things that can be both cute and adorable. Cute and true. I'm over here eating a
smell that?
stuffed crust pizza.
Payday.
Hearing the price of the cheese there made me drop it for a second. That's an insane amount of money. Yeah, I mean it is like an imported product, so I can see why. But at the same time,
Time to put those claws to work, Bosco.
and also I remember talking about fast food for a little bit, like a few days ago or last week. Talking about the pricing of fast food
Now
in
this is what I call a kill cam.
at least around this area, around Malaysia. Fast food is considered as a luxury food around here. Yeah. You'll be surprised how much more it costs than to just go for a local eatery and just have a meal. It's so different. Like I think, well, not I think, but one set of, let's say, I always go for spicy chicken Mac Deluxe when I can, and the price for that is for a set is 21 ringgit.
Red or dead.
And I was like, oh no, why is it 21 ringgit? 21 ringgit for a burger and for a cup of Coca-Cola and a French fry. It's very interesting though, right? Like I hate that those things cost a lot, but at the same time,
Cheese.
it's
Platform
so
set, sturdy, and ready.
it's so interesting to just think about the pricing of like what do you call that? Food chain? No, food Kwai-chan fast food. Like fast food in different places have different pricings.
Platform out.
Oh.
Mag's full. Can't carry anymore.
Mmm.
Ah, the dwarves got it in my head now.
Hmm? I think I mined everything here. Or at least I think I did. Or not. Hmm? Hmm?
Sniping wasn't a good job for you, mate.
Ass.
Boy, I feel like a farmer because there sure is a lot of carrot to collect down here. Specifically, 24 carat. Yeah, I was waiting to use that one.
I heard that the fast food is expensive there, but the quality of it is far superior to like American one. But this one I'm not too sure, but maybe? And since I never had an like a American fast food over there, I mean I never traveled there once. So I cannot make comparisons. I can only make comparisons between the pricings. You get a proper meal out of it. Yeah, you kind of do. Back with carrots away. A carrot's good.
I'd like to place an order for a hacking pod, please.
We're sending in the second pod. Let's shut this down.
Hacking pod. In the pattern book. Thank you, Muffin.
Boy, I'm gonna show you how to be a real beast.
Hacking pod in position. Let's get it hooked up to the power station, team.
Oh. Hey, don't shoot Steve. Oh. I'm not scared.
And now you're nothing but nuts. I guess you should have bolted.
Wait, that hurt. No. Wait, this one. Hi, Ingram. Hello, hello, Stinky.
The kobolds are getting closer to your rival tech.
Did that work? Oh, a tad bit too far.
An extra pair of claws with these transmitter nodes would be very much appreciated.
We have a connection. Full bars. Go start the hack when you're ready.
Full bars. Alright, that's one supply part. I'm gonna make it an accident if this works.
Resupply on its way.
So
I'm not gonna look.
the resupply or a tactical warhead, but I guess we'll find out when it lands.
Don't look.
Push the big red button, and out comes our Axie. All right, our present's here. Everybody go get what you need.
Hacking has commenced. Protect
The bug survived. It is meant to be.
A little bit for me, and a little bit for my friend here. Okay, taking ammunition. That hit the spot. You couldn't have been an even more fatter and easier target to hit. But you're more than welcome to surprise us in the next life.
Oh boy.
Oversized blowfly.
Oh, I want to get Steve. Also, I hope you're doing good, Ingram. Oh, hi, Ixon. Uh oh. I don't like you. Gibby.
The hacking stopped again. Team, you have one job. Keep the bugs off it.
We can't disable the power station without Haxie. Come on, restart him.
Oh, that's sexy. Hi, Ixen.
Smash the worthless thing. Don't let the bugs think you're chicken, Haxie. Come on.
I forgot about my sentry.
I live for this. Sentry placed. Time to set it up.
Hope the dragon is doing good. Oh, uh-oh.
That's it, team. Time to get these gnomes out of our minds.
Nice. I'm doing extremely unproductive. Oh, I feel that.
I love the sound of that. Ammo taken.
I just feel like it's kind of hard to be productive during these times, or these trying times. Can I say that? During these trying times, it's really hard to be productive.
Shredders, I choose you.
Now we go back, right? Tentacles. It is especially hard for ADHD because the harder the times, the more focus is required. The harder it is to focus. Yeah. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Oh.
Patrol bots scrambled. Time to turn their tech against them.
Oh, you did.
Got far poop duty.
Parput duty? I love that.
I'm about this close to smashing this thing.
Nice.
There, you see? Only took a few bullets, a few shocks to the right targets, and it's putting the gun in the right direction. From this planet, I actually cared about love this job.
Natural one. Better throw earlier. Farp duty.
It's dinner time, Shredders. Dig in. All right, loading back up.
Getting quite a number of these bots lately. Best viewers on. Maybe I should ban that phrase. Because I banned a few like bot spam phrases and it really helps. Like I think it's about 2 or 3 weeks ago. There's like a huge influx of like stream boo kind of thing. And then you just ban the word stream boo and then it's like peace. It's peaceful. Alright, we have to fight this thing.
Resupply ordered.
I crammed a barrel full of bullets and fired it at the planet just for you guys.
Resupply pod is here. Everybody collect ammunition.
There have been so many more bots lately. Yeah, it's... I would say it's concerning, but then again it's Twitch.
Get ready. I'm smashing the power cell out.
Yeah, it's Twitch. I'm not really surprised.
Resupply on its way.
Okay, I'll send the resupplies as soon as I've done this cup of coffee.
Coffee? I didn't drink coffee today. Eat. 1, 2.
Resupply on its way.
that. And that team's dead. You'll get your supplies soon.
That's it,
Free
right?
supplies here. Everybody load up and patch up.
The force field is down, but that's only the start of the defenses. The caretaker's gonna be on to you and he's gonna be mad.
It's gonna be mad. I wasted bullets. It was not ready. Oh yeah, I forgot about the sentry.
Okay, sentry placed and ready to be armed.
I'm an engineer. How can I even forget about my
All set.
sentry?
Let the automated shooting begin.
Oh, I cannot aim at the specific spot though. Yeah, I cannot aim at the specific spot. That's one. E.
Feeling much better now. Now's our chance. Shoot the eye.
Where's the eye? My brain, I cannot focus on so many things at once. Oh yeah, Shredder helps.
I use shredder attack.
Did you betray me? Ooh, that's gonna hurt.
Say hello to my little friends. Time to stick and move. We got phase bombs incoming.
It's alright, it's alright.
Take out the caretaker's fence. We got enough ammo for all this, right? Nah, I don't care.
I don't even know where's my turret. I don't remember. Hey, where's my turret? I don't remember where I put my turret at. Oh no. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Oh, there you are.
Reloading.
Please shoot the thing for me. Oh, I'm getting hit, I'm getting hit. Ah, I'm getting pushed around. Cool.
The eye. Shoot the eye.
I went into the bomb. You dare say it's dark in here? It's bright as fuck. Let's hide for a little
Okay,
bit.
okay, taking ammunition. Oh yeah, give the little guy some sugar.
Why am I doing this?
If you bugs can't kill kobolds, then might as well throw in the towel. You're done.
Oh, that's really good. That's really good. I'm just gonna take one more because why not?
Just what I need. What's it doing now? Oh crap! It's deploying sniper turrets. Not found the caretaker's fix.
Sniper turrets, really? Sniper, I need to get it first. Let's get a fire.
Looks like you should have gotten a job doing snap zooms for movies.
Yeah. This one used so much bullet. Right, take it slow, take it slow. Take everything one at a time.
The caretaker's eye is open. Give it everything you got. Time for the swarm to be swarmed.
I'm just spamming resupplies. Let's go back to my turret.
Reloading.
Ow, 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 fuck.
Tear 'em up, guys. Sniper turret down. A little bit for me, a little bit for my friend here. Just
I'm
fine.
actually using the resupply to heal. Oh, wait. Oh, crap. Everything's fine. Is my shredder doing anything? I don't know if my shredder is doing anything. Oh, okay, okay.
No kidding. That was a shit show. Reloading. Fantastic job. Now let's get that data rack, strap it on to Molly, and head home. Never felt better.
Nice. I don't.
Collecting ammunition.
I feel like it's so much more tame it's so much more tame than back then. Oh, hi again, Wildflower. I remember I would just die on Hazard 4, especially on the boss fight.
Hey, Bosco, what's that?
Can you grab it?
Data rack from the cold machine, now in the hands of the cold-blooded. Oh yeah.
Mm.
Thank you, rivals. Why go through all the effort of gathering information on
Excellent
houses
work.
when you can
These
do
rivals
it?
are gonna regret ever messing with DRG. Press the button on the mule when you're ready to go. No, Gary, we can't leave them behind. Yes, Gary, we do need the data. The drop pod's arrived, waiting for
Easy.
takeoff.
Thanks for headpet. I love headpets. Might have missed it. Oh, drop pod.
Drop pod has arrived, retrieving the mule.
Loading up for more.
5 minutes till we'll leave without you. Back, 'cause we know for sure the mule will
Yeah.
make it.
There's no dragon for me to simp. I mean, there's a few in the chat, and I totally simp for them, but I need more. I need more dragons. Oh, I crap. Why do I feel like I'm going the wrong way?
And down it goes!
God damn it, I went the wrong way. Oh, maybe both works. Where did Molly go? Wait, what the fuck? This is bad.
4 minutes until launch.
It's dinner time, Shredders! Dig in!
Oh, why am I like this?
Come on! I've got plenty to spare! No need to thank me.
And the mule is done.
You're not going the wrong way. You're going the opposite way.
Oh, wait, we can't. Dang it.
Let's hope this is okay. I'm not driller, so this is kind of a sad day. Drop hop? This definitely feels like the wrong way.
Chief.
Platform!
Chief.
I'll make it work. I did everything so good, only to be fucked by this. It's a sad day to not be a driller.
Tear 'em up now!
3 minutes to get on the pod.
Why are you like this? I'm stuck.
Cook the sting out of the stingtail.
Bosco?
Hey! Last kobold to the drop pod owes me lunch!
This is not gonna work. Nah, it's way too far. It's not gonna. I'm not gonna make it if I do this. Why am I stuck?
No, what do I do? Oh, I know! Keep shooting!
No, 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 no.
I'm too old for this shit.
I'm too old for this shit. I'm actually stuck.
2 minutes until liftoff. Better get a move on.
You're always there when I need you, Bosco!
What are these black things? What am I stuck on?
Come on, we can do this! Come on! Fuck! Shredders, I choose you! Yeah, keep coming at me! I'm sure it will work eventually!
This is all kinds of bad. I'm not gonna make it.
Flip it, septic spreader down.
Who knows? 1 minute.
There's the adrenaline!
Sure, just followed Molly. Okay, where did Molly go?
I know we say leave no doors behind, but you've only got 1 minute.
Oh, fuck.
Time for the swarm to be swarmed!
There's a small chance. Oh my god, it's there!
30 seconds left. Come on, let's go.
Oh!
Chief.
Platform created.
Oh my god, I actually made it. No fucking way. Alright, follow Molly. Lesson learned. If I don't know the way, I don't go on my own, just follow Molly. I came God Slayer. Man, I'm gonna be so upset if I cannot make that.
One final mission.
Wait, Yip. You're actually a reptile in Yip me? Yeah, it's a mod. You can be a kobold in this game. I just think it's more fitting.
Hot potato, baby!
More fitting for kobold than dwarf. Yeah. Because you're mining shinies. And everything about this game is just shinies and guns. It's what kobold live for. I know dwarves are cool, but nothing beats kobold. In the sense of getting shinies and guns. And kobolds are dwarves confirmed. Probably not. Alright, one last one. And solo. It's at 4.
I hope you all know that all the shinies you collect down there are property of DRG. Like, you do realize that, right? And you're still in a rush? Okay.
Okay. Nice. Increase pickaxe damage. I only have 8 barley bulb. I'm not gonna use that. Beer license. I want this one.
So
Kobold.
thirsty.
See your friend request someone to show you something urgently on Discord?
Absolutely delicious. I'm drooling all over the place with this.
Here. Can I talk to Bolt? You want me to you want me to join the Discord call? I don't know how I feel about that though. I
Oh no! You better believe that head ciabatta boy stash in that barrel.
Hey, look, Brad. Speedy, I don't know how I feel about just joining a Discord call. Yes? Fine, just this once. I'm really afraid of joining Discord calls, but please don't make me regret. Sorry, give me a second.
There must be something that can slow down a kobold. Something like bread, or cheese, or shiny gold coin.
Shiny gold coin. There. Alright. If you're talking, I cannot hear you.
Head pets for the kobold. Head pets, head pets, head pets.
Okay. I hear the head pets. I hear the A big strong dragon can slow down a kobold from sheer lust. You're not wrong, Ixon.
I believe in RNG.
Oh yeah, something you wanted to talk about? Or is it just head pets?
And I'm poking the stream. You'll find out.
Huh?
This is a game.
Time to
friend of
make
mine
Cortal
was
Man
doing.
proud.
What was that? Oh.
Time team, alien eggs. The company wants some for some
Oh, are you sharing your screen? I'm not looking at Discord.
No, the stream.
Yeah, I know. It's your screen. I cannot look at it.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Alright. Well, I cannot look at it in the sense that I'm playing a game on my... Well, yeah,
You can turn off the voice mod. I don't care what your voice is.
Oh, am I using a voice mod on Discord?
You sound like so high pitched.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry.
high pitched.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm using a voice mod. It's by default. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I do it myself. Just like, oh no, whatever. What the hell did I do tonight? No, I do it sometimes myself. It's like, how do I turn it off? Hey, make it go away. Make it go away. You know what I'm saying? Like,
The voice mod is by default sometimes. Yeah. And then whenever you open up voice mod, it just becomes the default. It happens.
best kobold of all time.
Wow.
Best kobold.
I
Hey,
mean,
if anybody tells me otherwise, they're gonna have to deal with me, and I'm a protege. You don't want to deal with that. Best kobold defended by a proto.
hey, I'll take it.
I don't got room for any more. Come on, Molly.
And I'm the one with the motherfucking gun. So
I'm telling you, if I had a credit for every time I was pat on the head by a dwarf, I would be a millionaire by the end of the year.
the kobold gets defense by a proto with a big gun. What the gun is debatable. I mean, it could be many things. It could be my voice. It could be an actual
Times
gun.
like this, I wish I could whistle.
It could be from the cry. You never know.
I think the kobold is A. B tier. Huh.
No, it's
Take that.
B tier. Hey, B tier is pretty good.
Yeah, you literally cannot see the stream that I'm sharing you.
Because I'm streaming and I'm playing a game, so.
Oh no. You can poke in my stream and then mute it. There's a thing to like drag down the stream.
No, I know. Look, I know I can mute your stream.
No,
It's not because of the voice that plays on your screen.
Sentry gun placed, ready to be built.
Okay.
Pantera Hydra down. Let me try to frick. Arm.
would you care to be a kobold pirate at some point in time?
Sorry, Kobold what?
A kobold pirate.
Pirate?
Oh shit! It's a nanocyte breeder.
I'm gonna have to pull the sideways. Actually, no, I have to pull the Carrillo out with me as well.
Reloading.
Captain.
That doesn't change the fact that the Kobo is literally streaming. Yeah.
No, you are streaming right now, but I'm attempt the most best bold of all time. The head pats for the bold. We will get you seasoned. We'll get you salty. You know what I'm saying? Like not actually salty, but we'll get your body salty.
Huh.
So I have a Captain Carrillo and a Mr. Sideways, who's from Australia. probably the best friend. No, not the best friend. The best guy that I've ever known in my entire life. Like, if you're in a bind, he will get you out of that bind somehow, some way. He gets you out of that problem. I don't know, dude. Australians have that kind of weird god tier thing. Be like, hey,
Hurry, take it out and wipe out its
hey, listen to my voice. You're listening to me, huh?
I'm trying to.
He's with me. He's fine. I'll take care of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's got that voice. He's just like, yeah, yep. Anyway, let me get you a copy of Sea of Thieves.
Sea of Thieves?
Yep, you will be a kobold on a ship.
Oh, but I don't think I'm interested in Sea of Thieves for now.
You know, I played it years and years ago when it was actually like fun to play. And then I left it just like, I was so close to being a pirate legend. And then they added a bunch more stuff. And now you can literally have like a monkey friend that jumps on your shoulder and fights with you. You can have like a little tiny monkey with a sword. I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm interested in this again.
Monkey friend.
No, dude, it's so good. I think.
Well, I mean, if it's good, you could play it, right? I don't think I'll be playing Sea of Thieves anytime soon for now. Since I have a lot of other games that I want to play.
Well, which games do you play?
I play, well, this, Tekken 8, Monster Hunter Frontier lately.
Well, which game could I play with you? Pretty cool.
Oh, I don't know.
You know, I would really like to hit up Payday 2 with you at some point in time.
Payday 2?
You know, you need your payday. And I need mine. Too. Payday 2.
Never played any Payday game before.
Right. So, are first-person shooters like out of the question?
Not really. I'm playing one. I just rarely play shooter games, like rarely.
Well, then I guess.
Sea of Thieves is good. We have friends and are drunk.
Egg.
Oh my god, the egg is so loud.
Oh, hold on. Better?
What happened?
I turned it down a little bit. Is better?
I turned what down? Sorry.
Stream that I'm streaming.
Oh, there's no voice coming out of your stream currently because I turned it off.
Oh, anyway, so,
Ooh.
Let me find somebody to help out tonight, though. These are all players, like, live right now. All of these, all the blue names are players that are playing Isis.
If you are referring to your stream, I cannot look at it.
Egg.
Because I am streaming on my own here. I don't think I can look at your stream at the same time.
Oh, no, I'm just on Discord. God fucking damn it. Alright, it's time. It's time. It's time. It's time for,
It's dinner time, Shredders! Dig in! Warden's down, buds! What you gonna do now? Molly! Honestly, Deep Rock needs to do some tweaking to your pathing AI or something. I don't know. All this multitasking and we're still this efficient? Yeah, I'd say one of us is definitely on the road to becoming an old-watcher.
I mean, if you don't mind, I'm feel like I kind of want to leave the call for now. Because I feel a little bit scared.
oh,
No.
no.
Yeah, I feel a little bit scared when I get into a call randomly like this. Or like when I'm streaming, essentially.
You are the best, kobold. I'm not gonna say anything to you.
Hey, Lucky, selfie time.
Then
No, the game does not say anything. I mean, other than casual swear words, sometimes I don't say anything that offensive.
yeah, then if you don't mind, I'm gonna leave the call for now. Alright?
Okay.
Enjoy your game.
Head pets.
Mm-mm. Alright. Oh, good. Now I can put this at... It was at 76, I think. Oh, 69. I'm gonna put it at 69. It's weird. I feel like I'm probably gonna need some coffee, but I don't want to get one. I was just drinking barley this morning. Not much of a coffee. Maybe that's why I'm very sleepy just right now. Like, I know I mentioned this multiple times already, but oh shit. Oh boy. Oh yeah, I'm out of grenades.
Too fast for you. Surprise!
Oh, this is fine. It's generally not a good play to go into a streamer's stream and back then to join your VC. I mean, if it's like in a random timing without planning, it does feel quite uncomfortable. Yeah, true. Oh, I'm already out of bullets. Oh my god. One supply pod. I think I haven't got this egg yet. I don't like these things. They hurt.
Egg.
Egg.
Time to get to work, miners. A swarm's detected.
Okay, sentry placed and ready to be armed. Armed and ready.
You know, these things I started to have a little bit of that Skyrim itch. I might try to get a clean file for Skyrim so that I can stream the game again.
That was the last I got. Reloading.
Man, I have to rely on Sentry. Safeguard. Oh, it's a warden. Oh no. Please burn, 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 burn. Thank you. Wait, and...
You can't resist my cuteness.
God damn it.
This kobold is not going down without a proper fight. Come and bring it.
I'm out of bullets.
For downtown.
I'm out of everything. This is really bad.
You're always there when I need you, Bosco. Resupply ordered.
Okay, I'll send another resupply, but you owe me. Hey, are you guys still alive? Well, I guess I'm here at high-pitched laughter, so I'll probably take that as a maybe.
Oh.
Resupply pod is here. Everybody collect ammunition.
Ow. Oh. I tried. Should have gone the resupply first. My turret is going crazy.
I knew I could get
I'm gonna
off.
just
And
get
I'll
this
take
one.
it.
I can try.
Time for the swarm to be swarmed.
Oh my god, 2 slashes behind me.
Yark!
Oh. Having
Okay,
no bullet at
collecting
the
ammunition.
worst timing possible.
Yeah.
I guess I somehow survived that.
Reloading. I think we're kicking tail here.
Tree. Bullet looking good. Okay, one more egu somewhere. This one? Nope, I already got this one. I've been having such fun with Skyrim. Yeah. The itch, you know, the Skyrim has something that I don't know how to explain it, but it has that satisfaction of... What's the game appeal again? No, I like the game. There's something unique about the game that I really love, but I forgot what it is. There's something I want to talk about it, but I don't remember anymore. No, I promise there's something that really makes me enjoy the game. And not because of the mods. I mean, the mods are really good, but...
Pack leader in this situation. I'm gonna take the credit for this one.
Oh, it's the thing. The blacksmithing. I don't know why I like the blacksmithing so much, but I just like it. I know it's like very, very simplistic, very bare bones. You know, you just like look at the things and you craft it. But I kind of like it though. You know, you have to go mine. You have to mine the shinies. You know, get the iron, get the gold and everything, and then you have to like collect. Oh yeah, you do have to kill some Okay, we save. Oh, Yeah, you do have to kill some dragons though, sadly. But if I can look past that, it's like the game is like, you get the dragon bones, dragon scales, and you can make the strongest armor in the game, I think. The dragon bone weapons and armor. The progression is kind of slow, not gonna lie, but I kind of like the pacing. The pacing is a tad bit too slow for me, but I like it still. No, I still like it. It's not bad. I think the pacing is not bad.
Never felt better.
Is that Mega Gold? Molly? Have we taken this? Oh god. Am I rich? Am I rich though? Wait, did I got it? Eh? Did it drop somewhere? Oh, I see. Okay. Wait, no, that's a flag. I don't remember if I got it or not. We're rich. I'm not rich. I got lied to. Maybe I got it already. Oh goodness.
The warden ain't here to watch over you now, bugs!
Disable plan, right? No, I guess I got it. Yeah, that's the flare. I guess at some point I got it. Weird. Even though I don't remember me getting a gold. Slaying somewhere? Probably. But if I see it, it's gonna be so obvious though. It's like so bright. Very, very weird. Oh, boss, go, why are you here? Get out, I want to mine. Oh.
Egg.
Egg. Swarm?
Oh boy, a big swarm is approaching. Glad I'm not down there.
And down it goes.
All eggs collected, team. Oh, I still wish I hadn't looked up what they're used for.
Sentry up!
Also, good morning. Oh, good morning. It's morning over there. Morning, morning.
Combat positions. The swarm
Hope you
is
had a
here.
nice rest. No, wait, I need to get the shiny. God damn it, can I get the shiny?
The jaws of the dry jaw have dropped.
Mine. Ow.
Oh yeah, now things are getting fun! Reloading!
A lot of water in the stage.
Yeah! No wardens around to protect you now, bugs! Come and get it!
Yeah, we should probably send some dwarfs in to clean it up. Oh, wait, they're still alive. Dang, kobolds are tougher than I thought.
This gun hurts so much, I like it.
Reloading!
Man, I do love some of the voice lines.
I mean,
Reloading!
it is really well done, I have to say.
Stick with me, boy. Imagine the looks on their faces when they see the horde that we bring back. Resupply on its way.
Here's your resupply. Now it's time to kobold spring into action.
Man, I never realized how dark this is. How dark this game is without headlights.
Resupplies here. Everybody load up and patch up. A little bit for me and a little bit for my friend here.
Actually pitch
I
black.
feel fresh out of the egg.
Alright, going back.
We're sending in the drop pod and starting the countdown, so you better be on it or we're leaving without you.
Doesn't seem too far. Unless it drops above, then shit.
Alright, sentry placed and ready to be set up.
The drop pod has arrived.
I saw it drop.
I mean the mule.
Wait, I saw it drop. It's so close.
Fall back to the drop pod!
5 minutes till we'll leave without you. It's no skin off my back, because we know for sure the mule will make it.
This is extremely lucky. I never seen this kind of drop pod placement before. Hey, I'll take it.
Come on, go, go!
Oh, I'm so lucky though.
The mule's docked with the pod. We got everything we need, so you guys better get on the pod before we leave.
It's just embarrassing.
Whee!
Good work. Returning you to orbit.
Feels good. Feels good and I haven't lost a round yet. Maybe I'm good at the game. Or slightly above average. Slightly above average. You know, I'll take slightly above average any day. Yeah.
Congratulations. You've done so much work that they've put you up for a promotion so that you can do more work.
You should own sufficient funds and not be on the team to initiate the ceremony. I'll do it. Memorial Hall, right? Crush me. Ugh. You're above my average. Wow.
The Memorial Hall is where you can walk around and pay your respects to the fallen dwarves. No skin off my back, though.
Silence, please.
They shall tell tales of the golden scales.
Maintain silence and show your respect to those that have fallen. Oh wow.
Yeah, kobold making a foothold. That's how it's done.
The list of the 6 miners is not updated in real time, but every fallen worker is honored. Oh. When Ghana statue unlocked, Ghana level 10. I don't even have Ghana level 10. Okay. Engineer, driller. Yeah, Molly, Scout. Scout and Gunner. Wow, maybe I should try playing Scout and Gunner. Promote.
I am so gonna wear this with pride as I walk into the Abyss Bar. Their jaws are gonna hit the ground.
I need so much anal pearl. Okay, fine. Let's try to play some other characters. Tux Kobold. Wait. I'm getting tucked. Why are you taking me? I mean, the dragon surely is gonna show me their horn. Or give me shinies. Let's play Scout.
I don't even know where to start with you. I mean, do you even know who you're talking to? Wait, you do? Oh, well, shit. This makes this awkward.
What's this?
This one.
Can you remove headwear? How do you remove headwear?
I like where this is going.
What? Oh, I cannot remove headwear? Really? Oh. No, it's combo harder. Why did I hear the scout reference? Maybe because I'm playing as a scout? Skin in color. Lavender.
I can't make up my mind. Yeah, don't worry. I'll make up my mind sooner or later.
KPM, a clean shave. I think I still have to buy the KPM stuff at the store. Gold. Fabulously shiny. Oh. Oh, take the... Oh, sell Inobero to get money. Oh, che, hiya. I need Inobero.
So, just in general, why are you kicking all those barrels?
Are those kobold names or are those like someone else's name?
Give me that script.
Weapon maintenance.
Grabby.
Oh, earn XP to unlock.
Well, hello there, sexy. Shiny!
Nice. Weekly priority assignments? I guess I can do this one. I think for scout, let's just do like a hazard tree. Hazard tree? Oh, I need levels. Oh, you have a shotgun? Oh my god, count me in. And oh, by the way, guys, give me, give me a few minutes. I'm gonna go for a little break. Gonna go for a small break. I'll be right back. Real quick. Let me put it here. In the meantime, you can look at the kobold. Alright, I'll be right back. Take care of yourself in the meantime. Drink some water, get some snacks. Alright? Sounds good? I'll be right back. I'm big. Kobold's big. Now I'm ready to play some Scout. Scout. More eggs? Welcome back. Thank you. Should I try Hazard Fall? I'm probably gonna die, but let me try once and see how it goes.
Okay, ready to simultaneously hit the launch button as well as the mute button on your mic so I don't have to listen to tone-deaf lizards break out in song again.
Have it increased by 30%. Oh, nice! Give me that.
Bartender, Red Rock Blasters. It's time to realize what Texas takes from us. Us kobolds shall take back from it tenfold.
More health.
I needed that. Never felt better. Yeah, I know. Slap the dice for good luck. I remember the tradition. I haven't forgotten.
Bubba. Oh. Oh. Yep. Oh. Yep. Yep, good. I love yep. Ooh. The call was kind of loud.
I'll never get tired of that ride.
Lady Luck be a jealous mistress. Y'all for the bold. That's how it goes.
Okay, team, you're going after alien eggs. You can't miss them. They're big and ugly and they look like a goblin. Hey, who wrote this?
That's good, right? I just started. Oh yeah, flare gun, right? So,
Warming up the place.
oh, that's good. Hey, can I do some mining? I love yip. Is this thing bad? Oh right, it crystallized into platform, right? I forgot. Underbelly. I think, you know, sometimes I feel like I can just get some ice on my own. I mean, ice are kind of shiny. They are very crunchy as well.
Egg.
Egg. Come here. Oh, I need you. Hi, my friend. Ooh. Wait, oh, hi. That place looks dangerous. How do I... I cannot aim.
I got the spreader. What a mess.
Munching eyes. Yeah, kobold just munching eyes. Are you playing as a kobold? Yeah. You get to play as a kobold in this game because of a mod. Now how do I get down? God, I wish I'm a driller right now. Jeez. Use your grappling hook, it doesn't give any fall damage. Right! Of course, Scout has grappling hook. What am I doing? I think I can hook over there. And then just... Okay, don't do that. I guess I'm just gonna call... Oh my god, Molly, you fuck.
Time to put those claws to work, Bosco.
Well, I guess I could have mine on my own. Yeah. Come on, Molly. Oh, sorry. Bosco. Oh, 3 stream streak? Hey. Thank you, my friend. So,
Can
that
you help me
one.
dig this out?
I got that one, right? Oh.
Interior heating. Love it. A dangerous bug-infested planet. Well, guess what? I am danger.
What's your grenade?
Let's get a slow-mo action shot here.
Oh my god, this shotgun is so good! Hi, Mer. You got the machine event next to you. I don't think I want to do the machine event with my level 8 scout on a hazard 4. I think that's a very bad idea. I'll skip on it. Eat merp. Oh, look at all the rolling merp. Hello, merp. Shotgun.
Nothing like the sounds of the acquisition of material weapons.
Yep.
Yeah. Look at all the yips. We love the yips. All the yips. Yip. Kobold yip galore. Yip, yip, yip. Yip, yip, yip. 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 So many yip, yip. Yip. Coco. The song of our people. It's happening. The song of our people. Why is there an E? Sorry? Nah, it's all good. What is that? And can anyone tell me what that is?
Nice and glowing.
I think I know what that is.
Wait, that whippet spawn. There's a nexus nearby hatching them. Where is it? Yeah, full impact.
I don't like that. I may have over-yipped a little. Just a little. I love yip. I love yip, no? So Tiara, I had a bus tomorrow to visit my girlfriend, but I refunded the ticket because my girlfriend's dad's gonna pick me up in his cargo truck and bring me with him, since he's doing a trip from my town to their own. Oh, that's really considerate. That's good, right?
Here's your second helping.
Yeah. Oh, it's actually slippery here. Give me that, give me that. Give me that, give me that.
Now this is why every hero needs a grappling hook. Fuck!
Is that Warden? Warden alone?
No, you're not slowing down. We're just speeding up.
S.
Warden's down, Bugs. What you gonna do now?
Oh god.
Yeah, nice try, you fuck-doodle noodle.
What is that? It's chasing me. I don't want it. Help? Any veteran in the chat? Merp is cute. Merp is extremely cute. These things don't look good, right? I'm worried. I think that thing is a bad news. A very bad news, actually.
Yeah, I just remembered. Someone owes me lunch. Just gotta remember who it was.
Yeah, I have a flare gun, just use it.
Eat flare up.
Sorry.
Remember you, Steve, forever.
Did Steve just die? Hmm? Her dad is a truck driver. It's super cute that he was the one to suggest for me to go there 4 days out of 3 and picking me up. Oh, yeah, that's adorable. That is a boss from the season 4 update. It's a boss? Well, I guess I have to kill it. Hey Molly.
Oh, that's a lot of them.
We're gonna need one of these.
Resupply order.
Here's the resupply, but maybe next time you should like try a little harder. Swarm, they're here.
Ooh, that's nice.
Afraid to fight us now that you're warning us on? Well, everybody go get ammunition and sugar.
No.
I knew I could count on you, Bosco.
I had to get this thing. There's 2 of them. No wonder I died so quickly. These things don't do any damage, right? But they slow them down. Oh my god! Never go for a hazard 4 when I'm only level 8. That's death.
You're my hero. We gotta go together for all this, right? I don't care.
This is a sure death situation.
I'm dissolving. I've ran dry.
Oh boy.
Wow, maybe you guys should be exterminators instead of miners.
1 down, 2 down. Come on, I can do this.
And then there's more of that.
Ammo.
Oh. Oh wait, can I
When I need you, Bosco.
rocket launcher this thing?
Bosco. Ammo taken.
I'm gonna hope that I can have enough time to get it. Yo!
Well then. I'll never get tired of this.
Asshole.
moving a bit too fast. Let's slow the relationship down a bit. I believe I can fly! There, making it glow.
What is that?
You bugs are nothing!
Oh,
Never felt better.
did I just seriously survive that?
Where the heck is Molly? Molly! A little bit for me, and a little bit for my friend here. Whew, I feel fresh out of the egg. All right, loading back up.
Oh, Molly, please. And let me read chat. You need to call cleaning tools to kill it. By pressing E next to him, you call for the tools and the boss only activates once you start cleaning him. Oh! One thing I advise as a scout is that you use the grappling hook to create spacing and utilize the range with your primary. I just realized that towards the end, so I've pressed it. So I survived. I feel fresh out the egg. No you? No you? Oh. We have a paradox. Who is cute? All of you. All of you. Because I love dragons and kobolds and I love them. I love my dragons and I love my kobold friends. I think I can try clearing him out. No supply though. It's a little dangerous.
Hey, Bosco, can you dig it? Honestly, sometimes it's a love-hate relationship with the thing. Molly, could you get over here?
Egg. Egg. Come here, Molly. Need to put egg inside you. Uh-oh. You're a cute whale. Here, let me try something. So they say best viewers on a link, right? Let me go to my Twitch channel and let me ban the word. Can I ban the word viewer? I feel like that's gonna be really bad. I'm gonna try. I don't see a lot of people using the word viewer other than just like trying to promote, so I think it could work. Ban and block. Blocking the word viewer. Public. Yes. Alright, hopefully that works. They are bots. It's very obvious when they are bots. I don't know if you also acquire in the future really good tools in the scout's arsenal. Freezing grenades is alright, but pheromones and boomerang is really good and my personal favorite. I wasn't looking for a minute. What happened? There were bots coming in. I don't see the message. Good, don't. Don't. They usually just spam links. Scam links, by the way. Viewer probably not, but if you can do a phrase of best viewers on. Oh, I already added block term here. Let me change that. Best viewers on, right? I don't think I can add a phrase to it, but let me try. Moderation. Oh, in phrases, there it is. Let me edit this as viewers on. There. Alright, we can try it. Hopefully there will be no bots for a little bit. Thank you, Ixen.
I can't wait to see what's beyond the next area.
Oh no.
No, don't stop! This is just too much fun!
That thing is just gonna roam around this place, right? Oh, you're not Molly. Why did I think that you were Molly? It doesn't attack if you don't get gold XP for killing it. Gold and XP, huh? I mean, gold sounds good. But the problem is where I even be able to do it. How the fuck am I supposed to get those things up there? I'm not engineer. Alright, we're close. Who? Nice.
Egg.
This is our lives. We live it and we love it.
Use boss code, just ping. Can boss code get it?
Time to get mining.
Oh, you can? Well, fuck me. I didn't know. I thought boss code can only mine, not get egg. Oh.
Egg.
Egg. Really?
Let's turn it down to very slow.
Asshole.
Where the heck did this come from?
No? Really? I'll do it again.
I love long shaft.
The swarm's here. Time to be cold.
Oh, thanks for the egg. Wait, just drop the egg first. Oh yeah, grappling hook.
Warming things up.
Grappling hook. Oh jeez. Oh
Whoa,
fuck.
whoa! Slow down there, buddy. Oh yeah, now things are getting fun. Hey, slow down. We want to have a good look. Okay, taking ammunition.
No? Two oppressors? Okay. And the warden? Okay. Just kite them.
Hey, looks like you got through it, team.
Are you here now? Shit.
Hey, am I the only one keeping score here?
Fuck.
Follow me, Steve. We're gonna kick some tail. Why does it have to be
Oh,
so
bad idea. I tried. Yeah, it's a bad idea to go for hazards 4 when only level 8. All good. We can go for hazard 3 first and get the strong gun first before anything. Also case the egg and
That's a good sign, right?
fuck kobold always. I mean for a dragon always, yeah. All the artworks. Do you want a hand? I'm good. It's alright. It's okay. Acid wash. I just need to upgrade these and it's gonna be good. Weak point stun. Yeah, I feel like more total ammo, which is good. Less recoil? I think I like this.
Every little bit helps.
We don't need rate of fire. Just get reload speed. And total ammo is good. Oh. Ooh, it's pulsing. Ew. Alright. Sometimes I hear kick some tail, sometimes I hear kiss some tail. Both is good. I can support and do some cute stuff. I would say 1B is pretty good. 1B? 1B? What? This one? It's 1 ABC, right? Shooting more bullet means more damage. But the reload time, the downtime is probably gonna kill me though. Oh yeah, what I mean is that when I'm like reloading, I'm gonna get killed. I mean that happened to me too many times, so that's why I always get reload speed on everything. I'll keep it like this for now. Use your grappling hook. Alright, I'll try my best. Like I'm so new with Scout. I need some time to get used to it. I'm not playing engineer now. I'm not playing driller. Scout is hard for me still. Just two hazard tree.
Drop pod's ready. Don't worry, I bet this one won't explode.
Pickaxe power attack recharges faster? I don't think I need that. Gonna kick some barrels. Oh, okay, it didn't drop. No. Fine.
Critical roll.
Slips on power of coins. Wow. It's just gonna slip on a pile of coins and not give it to give some for kobold. That bit is pretty good. You can use the power attack to mine faster or kill more bugs. Yeah, but I'm also almost out of barley bulbs. I'll save it for now.
Knock knock! Room service!
Okay, team, you're going after alien eggs. You can't miss them. They're big and ugly and they look like a goblin. Hey, who wrote this?
Oh, did you just? I might have hit your head.
I haven't got room for any more. Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? Yes, you are, Molly. Fuck!
Okay. It sleeps on the power of kobolds, and the kobolds are not gonna survive. Dream. It perished? I think I might have hit its head. That's why it didn't explode. Alright.
Warming things up.
Where are you shooting that glow stick from? And... Alright,
Time to
mine.
get mining.
Gosh, I would love to mine things on my own. Oh. Cute that I met your channel through Deep Rock Galactic Survivors. Yeah, I love the Deep Rock Galactic stuff, but I love Survivor more because I cannot read the map, and I always get lost. So that I spend
Come on,
like
girl. Move it.
1 hour or 1 hour and a half for each mission. And since I really bad sense of direction, that I always spend this much time, eventually it's gonna get annoying when I just cannot find the road back or anything, or just find anything in general. So Survivor is like very simplistic in that sense that I can just like, it's a small map, right? I can easily just know how the map works. This one is tough. I like the game, but I'm really weak when it comes to like sense of direction. The core will always survive, they're kept alive by your love.
Now it's a party.
Actually, it's from your hand? Your hand's holding a gun. Yeah. Oh!
I squashed a big one.
A good tip to use the map, you can look around once you know the direction you want to go. You can press space and your character will turn towards the direction. I really am trying. Like, some things just doesn't work. I played this game for hundreds of hours. I tried and tried again. I really cannot understand the map for whatever reason. It's so difficult for my brain to grasp what's going on with the map.
Nice and glowing.
Like I have some really nice like a lot of nice people here just telling me like, oh, you know, you can look at the map this way, you can look at the map this way. I tried it. I just cannot understand the map. Like, some people might think that I'm trolling, but I really am not. I just really cannot grasp the idea of that map. And I don't know why. How are you holding on? Oh.
Nah, no more room. Got a deposit. Really wishing I was wearing the pants that
You're
had the
definitely
pockets.
trying with your tail. That sounds good. So the issue is not that you're not opening your eyes. I mean, even if I open up my eyes, I still cannot understand the map. Like, I look at this, and it's like, what fuck? I don't even understand what's going on in this thing. The grid shows walls or floor. So it's empty now? Why can I see like bits and stuff over there? I don't know. Uh-oh. It's a clear shot. So I guess I go down? You can also zoom in and out so you get a better view of the bigger picture and closer to understand the cave you're in. I'll say that you're joking. My girlfriend had a struggle to understand the map too, and the tips I gave helped her out. But how not? Trigger don't understand? I don't know. I also don't understand why I don't understand, but my brain just cannot grasp the idea of how the map works. I really cannot. It's not that I don't want to understand it. I'm trying my best every time I look at the map. Basically, you can't see the map below because you're too high up. If you zoom out and look at it from below, imagine you're in a 3D software. You can look down and see your character's feet, and you can probably see more. Look down from the map. So look down like this, and then oh wait, I'll zoom out. Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's weird. Wait. Okay. Okay. I'm aligned to view. Aligned to view. Do you show this thing as well? Oh my god, you do. Wait, so that's how it works? That's the wall? Those are floors, so it's empty here because there's no floor here. That's why it's empty. Oh, I can see the eggs here, so if the egg is there, I can just... And one egg is where I'm directly facing? There's one behind the wall there. I kind of get the idea, I guess? Maybe? There's no way I just jumped down. Nutsack. Oi! We have a big one, Praetorian.
Too big, too fat, too slow.
It's okay if you're gonna go down. Try looking behind you in the scanner and press space so you understand better what the tool does. I kind of know what the space does now. It's like if I look at here, my character will look to that place. So if I go here, my character will look down at the cave. It aligns horizontally to something. But if I just go down like this, am I not gonna die?
Show me how you mine, Bosco.
There has to be other way to go down. Let me check. Oh yeah, I know I can use grapple hook, but if I'm not a scout, then we're dead. Yeah, there it is. There has to be like a more conventional way to go to traverse through the map. Ah, an extra goal here.
Oi, I call dibs on sorting this out when we get back.
Don't want to confuse kobold any more than normal, but it looks like the black with grey lines is K4 and the grey with black lines is surface you can stand on. They might be easier to understand. Gunner can use a zip line, engine can use platform to get less fall damage, and there's a couple of platforms over any damage than drill the drills. Yeah, I know. But I just love going the conventional way because there's some things that I can just mine. Like a gold that I found. I know I can just skip past the conventional dirt way. But at the same time, I like doing this. I like going through a dirt path, and sometimes I get some extra mine. Or like extra gold that I can find, or even nitra. Oh. Oh. That could be a light source. Yeah, this the best thing.
Heat flare up.
Oh my god, the amount of loot bug. Oh no. Nice. Egg. I have egg. Uh-oh. Hey!
Heat warmers
God
up.
damn it.
Don't look directly at it.
Oh, sorry. I should probably mention that if the way I'm playing is kind of frustrating, I understand. I'm sorry. I tend to do things very slowly, I think. Yeah. If this seems upsetting, I'm sorry. If I'm pressing too much, I just noticed that I'm probably sounding like a dick. It's okay. I know it's like you're trying to help me understand the map. I'm trying to. I like doing this, I like doing you. I'm gonna give an egg to you, Exon. You know, kobold egg for a dragon. It's like a gift. Egg. Swarm?
Contact! We got like 4, no, 6, no, 12. Man, it looks like you guys are just royally.
Royally fucked. Oh, I know this thing. The thing that killed me so many times.
The swarm's right on top of you.
I missed you too, hot seat.
Oh, I was like, I recognize that noise.
No more stingtail.
The amount of little bugs here. Uh-oh. Okay. Don't. How do you even dodge that? Oh, I probably have to just run, not strafe.
Fuck. Fuck.
Yeah, probably. Wait.
Warming up the place. Steve, come on, bad boy.
Man, Hazard Tree is so much more...
You're almost through the wave.
and so much more manageable. Who would have thought? Oh. Oh. Good thing but didn't die. Please don't fight near the loot bug, it gives me anxiety. Must...
Where are you?
Don't kill loot bug. And I must get this ball sack in.
Listen to those minerals go. Feeling much better now.
Nice. Oh, ball sack.
You dig, I'll catch. Molly, here, now.
I would love and cherish the incubated for as long as they will last. The sea dragon incubate eggs.
Gotta love that sound.
So many loot bug noises. All I wanted to help is for you to get the map down, because it's a really important tool to get a tip. And with the tips I gave you, I hope it becomes a bit easier. I can kind of grasp how the map works, kind of, I think. And along with what Ixon told me is that the black and white and black grid, something like that, can differentiate between walls and floors. I think, yeah, that's probably gonna help a lot with me understanding how the map works. Did I get... Ah, see, I know how it works now. Look at that. I am the best kobold in the world. Egg. I know there's egg behind because I saw the map. I don't like that.
Oh yeah, next time I go shopping in MODIO,
Okay.
I'm getting myself a new canister.
Dragons like very complex oven that can hug. I like hug. You're so freaking smart. What the Google? Wait. Ooh. Oh. That's your weak point, right? Yeah, that's your weak point.
What you get for going for face stabs?
Is that really a detonator? Wow, shit. Don't stab me. God damn it.
The oversized meat has been whacked. I love the smell of gunpowder. Yeah. I'm out.
Don't get close to it, but I only have a close range shotgun. How much nitro do I have? I do have some, okay. I have time, I have time.
Order.
Slow it down first.
By on me. And by on me, I mean on you. And by on you, I mean give me your nitra.
Come on. Bosco is killing it though.
Resupplies here. Everybody load up and patch up.
Bosco is killing it. Oh my god, Bosco, what the fuck?
Okay, collecting ammunition. Hey, slow down. We want to have a good look at you.
Well, now that I know, Bosco can just destroy a detonator. Absolute Giga Chat. Oh, nice.
The scanner just lit up like a goblin celebrating Kaboomza. Better get ready.
Really?
Chow down, Molly. Interior heating. Love it. Hey, Bosco, can you dig it?
Combat positions. The swarm is here.
Let's do it. Oh yeah, that's how it's supposed to go. I don't care about range. When I have shotgun, just go for it. Oh my god, it's actually a nutsack.
Yeah, making it glow.
Remember to use flare gun more.
Let's turn it down to very slow. Get your ammo count. I mean, if you can.
Feels good.
The last of the wave is approaching you now. Finish them.
You don't see shit. Oh, I have health, my full health. I have a nut sack.
Where is that old girl? Molly!
On this machine event is quite overwhelming. This thing in Hazard 5 one-shots with the drone, and the lasers and weapon deal so much damage. So the shotgun has a very particular feature where it's not just a hit scan weapon, it also has a second damage source. Only works when up close. It's an impact damage, it's a great tool to get out close and blast their bodies to bits. Sounds good. The cute yip sound your kobold did. Hey? Yip. Kobold carrying around a nutsack that isn't mine. Ah. Man, it's hard to hold back my excitement. You know what I've been told. I don't know why, but I just love it. I don't know how to say this without breaking TOS. Yep. Yep.
I'm absolutely loving how things work down here.
Oh, that's sick.
Molly, come here. Keep this up, we're gonna beat the record of those dwarves.
Oh.
Download it to the TS device. Now to check it.
Isn't that for Driller? Like, without Driller, it might take a long time to do.
Shake those legs of yours, Molly.
I know how to say it. I have DMs you can go to. True. I'll give hints though. Like what Mafra
Yeah, I know you're a hungry girl.
raised with. It got me really excited. There's a good test actually to put your skill of checking the map to the test. What does it show in the map? Okay, let me finish the egg and then just let me try it. No! Oh, fuck. I'm not playing Counter-Strike, why am I doing that? S. Hmm? Oh, thank God, loot bugs didn't die. It shows a purple signal through the wall. Oh. I just absolutely love it when people say that to me. That's the hint. Man, I really can hold myself back these days, huh? Wasn't there an egg here? Oh, it's there. Oops. Egg. Egg. Oh.
Shake that sexy metal ass and get over here, Molly.
Is that Stingtail?
Interior heating. That's all? You're ridiculous.
Oh. Their voice line. The kobold is sassy. I know, right? The mod is actually really good. Hi, Lex. If you put your camera outside the walls, you can see through them. Check them out. Okay. I'm glad kobold can hold back. Dirk just keeps making a mess. I have some special help. Hope you're doing good, Lex. Okay, purple. Purple. Oh! What? It's so far though. So it's around here. Dude. So I just go straight this place? Supportive wiggles. Wow. Simreniros. I'm sorry if I butcher your name. But hi, welcome. I've been supported by Wiggles. Wait, I need more nutsacks though. Yep. All the yips?
Yark!
One more egg.
Yep. Yep.
Is there something below?
Yep.
Fuck you!
Oh, it's way up there. That one?
Yep.
I'm lazy.
Can you help me dig this out?
Oh my god, stinky.
Molly, I need you here.
Egg. It's so loud. Egg.
Oh yeah, feeling much better now.
Yip. All the yips. Also, I hope you're doing good. Neiros? Can I say that? Hey. Ooh.
Hey, Stingtail, if you need a new one, maybe visit the retail store.
I cannot believe it. They just said that.
Even without my dark vision, you're too easy to hit.
Oh, egg.
Move your butt over here and hurry, please.
Why do I keep losing Molly?
All eggs collected, team. Oh, I still wish I hadn't looked up what they're used for.
Nutsack.
Nice and glowing.
Maybe if I go to where the purple stuff
There,
is,
making it glow.
I might be able to find where the nutsack is. I mean, I just need 2 more. I blab at you. Wait. I can blab too. Wait, you're a dragon. Oh my god. Oh my god, I found more dragon. Let me just gonna make sure that I don't lose the dragon. More dragon. Great A pun, heck yeah. I'm gonna cry. Okay. Purple stuff. Zoom out. I have to. It's right around here. A sim is Dirk. Oh, nice. I like Dirks for obvious reasons. And Kobo's for the protectors grows.
Just what I needed.
Oh, do I have to dig there? There's no other way to go to that place, right? The purple place. There are caves. Shit. I have to navigate. Out there. So if I go through that hole over there, that way. The hole is below, I think. Okay, I was talking about this hole, so I'm glad I was right. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's just right below. So if I dig straight down from... Yeah, looks like it. Do it Minecraft style.
Looks like someone wasn't wearing their lucky backpack.
Oh. Speckled predator. Nice. So I can just do this. I'm so good. I do need 2 more nut sacks though. You didn't want to go. I'm never using webcam ever again. If I have webcam on, you guys can see how I can feel my face is in bright red right now. My face is 100% bright red. That's the 2 nut sacks. Yeah, I'm definitely learning now. Come waste on webcam. I mean, when I first started streaming, poop on the snoot. When I first started streaming, I used to be a webcam streamer. Yeah, nutsacks. I would love for poop on the snoot. Poop on the snoot. Well, seems very close. A boop on my snoot. Go, Molly! Has Dirk wing hug? Oh my god. I would love a Dirk wing hug. Oh, all good. Hi, Molly.
Get a move on, come on!
Okay. Something's gonna explode, right?
You're always there when I need you, Bosco.
The mule's docked with the pod. We got everything we need, so you guys better get on the pod before we leave.
You know what they say, slow and steady wins the race, but not in your case!
Drop pod departing in 4 minutes. Hey, why can't we just launch it now? What do you mean we have to wait for them?
See, me has to go now. Learn. Okay. Thanks for hanging around, Wildflower. Good luck with whatever you're gonna do. And I always appreciate a lurk. Thank you, thank you. I thought you were talking about the ones you crack open. Oh. Do they look like nutsacks? I'm not too sure. Gosh, that hug is so adorable though. The arms of the kobold look so cursed. Is it? I think that looks fine. I mean, they even try to fit in the style of the game. Low poly. Like, they look very polygon-ish.
Assignment mission completed.
Do I get more gun? No? The animation they use is the one from the base model? Oh, yeah. Yeah. More core material for a longer burn. Yeah, this one is good. And the base dwarf are thick. There's no need for a rate of fire. Spend less time waiting and more time swinging. Increase range. Critically lower the temperature of anything and everything in the medium-sized area. With flash freeze most Hawks' wildlife. Any hapless DRG employees caught in the blast zone. I like it. Mine. The buff flex pose down by the kobold with noodle arms. Oh, yeah. Noodle arms. Yeah, look at that. That's definitely how arm works. That's how a kobold arm works. I know because I'm a kobold. What do we do? On-site refining? Oh no, I think on-site refining I have to use driller. Do I? Nah, fuck it. I'm gonna regret this so bad. Frozen bugs receive more damage. Their arms are so cursed. It got them thick as heck thigh and sturdy tail, and then them floppy noodle arms. Need a hand? You know what? I'm good. I'm still gonna do hazard tree for now. All good, all good. Kobolds are incredibly adorable, and this dog feels the need to protect them all. Yeah. And protect this kobold, please. This kobold-like dragon. What's a GL gamer? Is this someone else? Must be a reference to some other streamer out there. Or maybe not streamer, just other people out there. Never mind, I'm back. Hey, welcome back. You got this, Kobo? Kobo is gonna try her best. Move faster while carrying heavy loads? I'm not gonna carry heavy loads, am I? Oh wait, I need this because this
Nothing
is...
puts a pep into my step more than the backbreaker stout. Gimme, gimme, gimme.
There's no molly, right? I'm gonna need this.
Oh yeah.
100% same.
Never felt better.
My cup. You're the bestest kobold. I'll be the bestest kobold.
Ah, shit! I rolled a critical failure.
Oh, I didn't do it. I was honestly thinking of playing Risk of Rain 2, but I feel like maybe not. I'd rather play Risk of Rain 2 off stream, I think. Grand Lever, Goofy Lynx, Gooey Tiger, Gunlum,
Room service!
Gas Lizard, Great Lips, Gooey Liger?
Keep rolling, 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 keep rolling.
Oh, I know that thing.
Our objective today is to pump a whole bunch of liquid morganite on a very small budget. And I mean very small budget. In fact, it's so small that we had to buy our pipes from a third party, known as Space Stoller. I'm sure nothing will go wrong.
S.
It died the way it lived, spewing disgusting mush all over the place.
Ow. Oh wait, there's loot bug. I almost killed it. Are you up there? Where the fuck is the thing?
Interior heating, love it.
Please don't ask how I miss. Oh wait, I did miss. I killed it. Oh hey, look.
Well located. Send us the pump jack, please.
Pump jack incoming.
How are we on the outside? Hey.
Dwarven beer is really strong.
A kobold is cheating. That's how. Kobold can cheat.
Bullseye. Pump jack is now in place.
Hmm? There's a fun interaction you can do on DRG where if you put a zip line inside the ship and interact with it the moment you get in, you can actually complete the mission. But since you were detected outside the ship, you're considered left out and you lose the mission because no one survives if you're solo. I mean, it'll be a funny one-time thing, but consider all those progress lost, it's just a little bit painful. But yeah, you can always do it for a little funny haha. Always. Hey. Can I get something done? Oh my gosh, 3 hits.
Warming up the place. Sending coordinates to a more tight well.
Pump jack requested an inbound.
Oh, that's pretty generous. Like the on-site refinery is not that far.
Hook it up to the refinery.
Where the fuck is the thing? I ask myself that every day. True. It's a common occurrence. This happened to me. I spent 30 minutes to in the end fuck it up in the end for the goofs. And in the hard way. the pain. Go. Why does the pickaxe looks like a upside down pickaxe? Oh, sorry, outside down X. It just looks like an X.
Yep, that's about all I can carry.
Yep.
Come on, Steve, you know better than this. I don't think I can ever go back to just simply mining. This is my life now. Oh, crap. Can't carry anymore. I don't got room for any more. No more. Great! Looks like I'm gonna have to hold these minerals back myself.
Oh. I'm so used to using the flare. Using the flare and not flare gun. That's nice. I should go to on-site refinery first. It was so painful because I was like laughing my ass off because it was such a buggy ending of the mission. But the moment I see the end screen, my face goes from like incredible pain inside. It's really quite common. Some with a beak on both sides, some with a scoop on one side, some with a slitting head on one side. Like Madhawks don't even have a beak and all. Huh. Huh. I don't know what happened. Oh.
And depositing minerals.
Nice. Now let's go back and get all the gold and stuff.
Oh, those double-jointed legs are good for running, because there's a swarm incoming.
Three palm jacks are actually so close together. This is the luckiest spawn. Let me get this gold. I'm a busy bold.
Looks like these bugs really want some kobold tail. Better make them eat your bullets instead.
Heat warmers up. Don't look directly at it.
Let's go to a place where there's more place I can run around with.
Oh, that one was a gassy one. Oh.
Oh my god, that thing is so good at hiding.
Natural selection, slithead.
The hostiles are backing down. Do you think they're
bitch!
Oh wait, that's Steve. A Mantong has a vertical splitting head and a scoping sort of head. Wow, I actually don't even know what the Mantong is. Sounds like a mythical being creature.
Nice and glowing.
A flare gun is neat.
Damn it! I think I knocked something loose.
Then does it count as killing the loot bugs if I have the perk where they just explode? It doesn't trigger the voice clip, so I'm gonna say no. It probably is not. It's more like the loot bug is paying tribute. Maybe. That's my perspective. If they just explode and the voice line doesn't play.
Secondary objective has been achieved. Credits will be transferred to your account upon completion. You get a bonus? Wait, Gary, do I get a bonus? What the f do you mean I don't get a bonus?
We get a bonus. Oh, I should have pinged it. Yeah, they're just happy. They're just so happy to see you. Yeah. Very true. Tikaka. Yippee. Look at all the E. Look at all the yippee. Hello, Tikaka. I saw your I saw you were doing the Argonian art last night before I sleep. I was like, ooh, looks really heckin' good. How is the Tikaka? I hope Tikaka is doing really good. Where was the one that I just saw?
Heat flare up.
Dragon Bomb Paladin? Oh, it's not an Argonian. Oops, sorry. Oh yeah, it's there.
Hello, bye-bye.
I just wholesale looked at Argonians for Schnoot reference. No worries, you really looked at an Argonian until I added the horns. Got to have allowed you to sleeve my arts. They are really good. I love them.
Yep, as scary as Hoxies can be, I'm just glad there's no bears here.
Yike. Hey. Wanna see how it turned out? Yeah. Always love to see your art.
Love that sound.
It was true a tunnel. Okay. I'm gonna look at it. So good. Oh, you guys cannot see it. I don't have the display on. This. Can I have a strong lady sometimes? I heckin' love strong lady. It's so good. Yeah, Tikaka's art is always so good. I love looking at them. Strong lady is the bestest. Yeah, true. I love them. I like them. Love myself a strong lady. Oh, how did I even miss this? It's all the shinies that I'm gonna get. Oh, of course. And tall, strong ladies with white shoulders. Chef's kiss? Yeah. That is a 100% chef's kiss right there. Oh. Oh. Hi, Sola. Oh.
Yip, 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 yip.
Oh, yip. Oh, yip. Oh, yip. Oh, caw.
Yep.
I'm gonna get swarmed.
Sending you coordinates. Now give us the pump jack.
Jack inbound. Hopefully I can hit a Voltron. Swarm! They're here!
Come on, I got this. Is that acid
Full.
spinner?
Can't carry anymore. Okay, now we gotta connect it to the refinery.
I saw the splitter just now.
Just
Nice.
try to stop me.
Why is it always these guys? And now there's 3 of them.
Ah, it stings worse than it smells. There, making it glow.
There's more. Oh my god, it's all of them.
There's no way kobolds survived that. Are you sure you're not just beardless dwarves or something?
Nice. And the gas hazard 3? Because my scout is only level 8 and I played hazard 4, absolutely got destroyed. So I'll start with hazard 3 for now. I'm a new scout. I never played scout before. Today will be my first scout experience. How dare you boot my royal dragonage? You must give me belly rubs to make up for it. Belly rubs? What about mine though? Here we got...
Don't look directly at it.
I got all the pump jacks, now I just need to like connect them. I'm not gonna make a roller coaster, sadly.
love that sound.
They are relatively close together. I will start with this one. Where is it?
You guys don't mind if I make it a little bit elaborate? Come on, it's just for fun.
Do you want the bunny? I don't know if you play heavily modded or not. I play quite modded. Not heavily modded, but quite modded. But I think I'm only gonna play like 1 or 2 missions and probably gonna call it a day. I'm a EP kobold today still. Pump checks. 2 over there, 1 that's over there. I could dig my way there. It doesn't look too hard. Happy dragon belly rub noises. I want belly rubs too.
Vision is coming together.
I'm jealous.
Looking good so far?
Oh, that's a nice wing. Belly rubs for all who want some. Ooh. Roll over a little tail, of course. I'm gonna get belly rubs. Also, Tika-kan, look at this. My tail emote works. I finished it. It's like, oh, it kind of fits. Oh, I'm getting so many belly rubs. Thank you, thank you. Belly rub, get. Okay, that's one. Oh, yeah.
Can you give me a hand building this, please, Bosco? Thank you.
And then we can start from... This one connects to that one. Such good swish. I like it.
Interior heating. Love it.
I'm surprised it kind of works pretty well, so I'll take it. Uneven terrain. It's never uneven terrain, just skill issue. What was that?
No! They took the one thing.
Well done. Pipeline successfully established.
Why are you
Now we
like
just have to
this?
hold it holds together.
Oh, that almost killed me. One.
Resupply on its way.
Keep your beards on. The resupply's on its way.
Smash and shatter.
I got Dragon Tail switches from LD. That's really good looking one. Any Dragon Tail will wag to see cute kobold tail switches.
Presents here. Everybody go get what you need.
Tail wags, we love
Loading
them.
up for more destruction. Oh yeah. Heat flare up.
I could go around. Yeah, I could just go around. There's no need to like...
Construction underway.
If it works, it works. And don't have dark emotes and dark modes anymore. Dark 2 poll for Twitch. Oh, I haven't been subscribing to a lot of channels right now because, you know, financially tight and stuff. I'm just glad I have some of my own emotes that I can use still. Is it?
Right there.
Perfect.
All aboard the Mordecai train, baby! Woo-hoo!
Build this.
Roscoe, can you build it? Yes, you can!
Absence of dark modes is important too. It makes you really appreciate the dark modes when they are there. Yeah. Can I give a hint for this kind of solo mission? Oh, sure. I gotta disappear. Take care, everyone. I hope you have a wonderful time zone. Thank you, Nexus. Take care. And good luck with whatever you're gonna do. Thanks for hanging around. Appreciate Nexus. Thank you, thank you.
There,
Oh,
making it
never
glow.
mind, you got it. I got it? Okay. Last one is down there.
It's all coming together.
Oh yeah.
Hold on to your tails. There's a
It's all coming together.
And that's that one down?
Oh, it's below.
They're here. Well, it was nice knowing you, you adorable little lizards. That's the second pipe. I'm sure you guys built it better the second time.
Warming up the place. What? Struggling to kill a kobold? That's just embarrassing.
Come on, chop up.
Squish! Smash the worthless thing!
I really love the shotgun. And Kobold loving a shotgun? Classic.
Man, I don't know which teams I'm enjoying more. The powerful dwarves or the maniacal kobolds.
Slam dunk!
Did I just miss? I think that's everything. Wait, let me build. Let me play Minecraft. Why are you like this?
Yeah, bring the noise!
The kobolds in this mod are the embodiment of ADHD zoomies. Yeah. I mean, for a kobold, I think I'm more of a quiet bolt, I feel like. I feel like I'm a little bit more quiet than the other kobolds. I don't really have that chaotic kobold energy.
Good idea to have the pipes go by some points of interest. Mineral veins and whatnot. I mean, we can use these to get around after all.
I do love the kobolds with like super kobold energy. What grenades you have? I think I have the cryo grenade, and I forgot about grenades. Oh no, I didn't even use them. think that's good enough. If it's valid. Oh,
Trust me, I know what I'm doing.
look at that, easy.
Follow me. Set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. I'm in heaven.
A yip yip boat, it's what you are. I'm a yip yip boat.
Hey, Bosco, help me out with the building, please.
Really? Cryo grenade.
Well, I did tell them to hold the ice. You're out.
Got him. If it fits, I sit. Kobold, you cross the rails?
Am I
Well,
taken?
I have to. That means you can't grind one of them smoothly. I can't. I cannot help it though. Yeah, wonderfully durable kobold whose string are very comfy. Wow, thank you. I will take it.
Job done. Well, good enough anyway.
Oh, look who's on the rails.
All pipelines
Someone
built.
likes it.
We're ready to start refining. Now let's just hope those paper mache pipes hold together. I mean, they're totally made out of metal.
Paper mache. Hey, let's do it. I have cryo grenade. Comfy boat. Yes, a very comfy boat.
Being extracted, you're making a ton of noise and destroying the environment, just like any good goblin would. I mean,
You're too nice. I'm gonna cry.
you know, you wouldn't need so many resupplies if you hit your targets. Incoming wave.
It's a great place for a jerk to curl out in the ball and relax too. I'm glad I can provide that. Oh wait, Steve.
We're at 25%. Man, I didn't think it would run this long for a space dollar. I mean, I bought this high quality.
What?
Full impact.
Oh, you must have built that pipeline wrong. It's leaking already. It's definitely not because it's cheaply made.
Oh, he's just right here. Oh no. Hey, no.
Thanks for fixing that pipeline, guys. I'm sure no more will break it. Oh, there's another one to fix.
Wow, Steve. Just getting that ass casually? I personally think Hazard 3 and 4, it's quite a spike.
Handle your pipes.
It's quite a spike. It's such a difference, such a huge difference.
We got bugs. Lots of them.
And what I wish for this game though sometimes is that I would want to kill more bugs, but they are not as strong.
Duct tape handy in case it starts leaking again.
Oh, stinky. Hi again, Evie.
Nice and glowing. Warming things up.
Oh, 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 oh. Like, I would love a, you know, in a game where there's as much spiders as it is in Hazard 4, but the toughness of a Hazard 3 makes sense. Hopefully.
Oh jeez, the pipelines are under attack. We gotta protect them. They're already flimsy.
There's a mod that lets you do that. Oh my god, really? I think I would love that.
This pipeline's fixed, but we're not paying you to sit around and do nothing. Get to work on the others.
Yeah, painting the whole game with your blood.
Get him, Steve, get him.
Everything's running smoothly again. I'm sure it won't break this time. Lock and
Pregnant.
load, team. Swarm incoming.
Okay, now hurry up and thaw out. I need to cook you. And down it goes.
Oh, it's Sonic.
Interior heating. Love it. Catch me if you can.
Where's that asshead?
Your day, it shall not be.
Oh, I found you, little shit. What? How'd you go? I see you're just faster than usual, or faster than anything. And now we have a warden.
As cold as our blood.
I sincerely cannot find the thing. It's so good at hiding. Oh, are you dead? Oh, oops.
Ah, that's cold. That's cold. Gun's completely empty.
Whee!
Hey, that's a cool pose. Oh yeah.
I want to play shotgun.
A little bit for me, and a little bit for my friend here.
Is it done? How long do I need to be here?
Steve, no!
Oh. Oh. Nice.
Sorry, you're going hungry.
Whee! So we did it.
Well done.
I see people do hilarious things like
Send the drop pod in as soon as we've checked it out.
oh my god. Oh, it's drop pod already, right?
Loading up for more destruction.
For the real scout here, so you should get the overclock shotgun that eats you. Look at that. I forgot I'm a heckin'...
Say hello to a new Ice Age, Hoxus!
Mission accomplished. We're bringing you home.
I love that. You only look at it 5 times? See, this is why I don't play Dead by Daylight, because I really cannot... I'm just bad at looking at things or finding things. Really bad. I know that Deep Rock is a large company, so they likely have all logistics figured out, but part of me can't help but wonder how much they are losing by leaving so much equipment behind with each of these refining missions. Right, those are like huge things as well, they're not small. It's literally disposable capitalism in the game. Disposable capitalism. Not too far off, I feel like.
Well done. You're almost there. When you finish, we can go gnome hunting. Oh, don't worry, Gary. You'll be there.
Nice. 93 and no bill. I'll let me play 5.5 hours? I don't feel it. Ah, shit. There's one more mission though. What is it? It's a salvage operation. Well, is it like leaving the lander on the moon, or is it like leaving a pallet on the truck? What's a pallet? Is it like a shotgun pallet? Wait, no, that's E. What's a pallet? Yeah, I wanna upgrade my gun. Kobold wants stronger gun. Pheromone canister. Any creature covered by the substance will become an irresistible target to any kind of Hoxus wildlife. Handled with extreme care, the boys in R&D are very proud of this one. What? I feel like it's a tax write-off. What is a Blappy Kobold's favorite fruit? Lemon. Lemon! Oh my god, that's the best. Lemon! I love that one. I love lemon. I'll do one more mission. Just to complete the weekly assignment.
You're serious? Man, are you kobolds workaholics or something?
the lemon memes.
Have a beer or take a break or something.
Hey, I have it.
It was worth a shot.
Roland Stroll one for me. It's very simple, but it works. It's this one. Look at that. Eat me. Lemon makes my face become implosion. I don't know how to describe that, but isn't that the face where you had an implosion? I like it, it's good. But I think my favorite one is gonna be... I know I showed this multiple times already, but man. Man. I want. I wish. and I have huge need. And then there's also this one. I'm still this is the best one. What you get for doing that to me? You get this. you get this. A huge sparkly eyes looking at you. Just to stare at you all the time. It's so good. I love that. Alright, one last mission. Then I'm gonna go get dinner.
Snake eyes!
Ugh. Yeah, I'm outside. Bye bye. A peaceful kobold? And gives kobold big huggies? Yeah, yeah. Kobold loves them.
Yeah, come on! Let's show DRG how the kobolds do it! Rolling for initiative!
Oh, I already see. Oh no, oh no. What is that? Oh, I know what that is. Can I destroy these?
There, making it glow.
Nutsack.
This is a salvage mission, team. Apparently we had to get all the equipment back that was lost. When some, intern, I guess, pushed a button for a resupply pod that he wasn't supposed to. You know what? Let's forget about that and let's just get this done.
This reminds me of like a 7 days to die technique. This one is slower. Like, you notice the second hit is slower. But if you look away and do this normally, it's like normal speed. There's something nearby. Nutsack. You know what, there's like multiple people here. I should mention that tomorrow I will not be streaming for a day because there's like a special thing that I'm gonna do on Discord. Those you know, you know. Those who don't know, you need like a specific role to have access to the special event. Because the event is not for everyone. So yeah. It's just a little thing that I decided to do for a little bit, so yeah. It's the first time of me doing like something like a play together as well. A little bit. A little bit scared that I might mess up. Lick. Oh, so much. I think that's a paid game.
And just like that, it's downloaded. Now to check the terrain scanner.
But it's not. I don't think it's expensive. The pricing for the game is quite affordable. Will you be going for a normal stream? Then go shorter. Asking PC will start at 3 AM for me. Oh shit, yeah, time zone. I'm sorry, it's such a weird time. I think it might be shorter than usual. Yeah, I'm just on like 0 discretionary spending at the moment. Oh, Solar. You know what?
Slick with both legs and tail.
I want to see how much the game costs for now. Oh, it's a bit more than I thought. Runs and hides Kobold before Kobold can do the thing. I'm hiding and can't find me. Too late. I mean, the pricing is not that high. I could afford this. Sure. Sure. But of course, when I do this, it doesn't mean that you have to join the game. It is entirely up to you still, so please don't be pressured to join. Consider this as a gift, right? It's nothing much. You guys provide more than what I'm doing right now, like way more. You cannot hide from the kobold. You cannot hide from the kobold. Oh wait, I have 2 solar dragon. Oh shit. Oh, yours is W. Okay, good. Get be nice on. Get be nice on. Due to regional price differences, the gift you are trying to send cannot be sent to the recipient's region. Oh, you lucky. God damn it. I didn't think of that. No, fuck. God damn it, Steam, you suck. Couple ways to keep money, but it's a good game though. Like it's like a janky fun game. You know, unsurprisingly, I play that game sometimes just to de-stress a little bit. It's great. Ah, god damn it, the regional difference. Oh. I'll steal shinies again to make up for it. Anyway, I can send you the price of the money. The price of the game. It's a desktop game. It's basically Slime Farmer with city loot, right? What's a Slime Farmer? I'm not too sure about Slime Farmer. Slime Rancher? That one, yes? Hey, I still don't know what that is though. But I guess? Question mark? Oh, there's lag under me all this time. Wow. And under Molly as well. Wow, Molly, what are you doing? Molly, get the fuck out of there. I need... Yes, it's game. Honestly, I have no idea. I cannot make the comparison. I never played Slime Rancher before. Neither have I seen it.
Do you fix all broken machines with hammers?
I haven't played, but it looks like a very low intensity vibe type of game. Yeah, you basically have there's no goals or anything. You basically just do whatever you want in the game. At least to me personally, that's like a really good game to de-stress, especially when you feel like everything is so so tightly packed. You know what I mean? It's like everything is so. And then you have this game. I know I'm singing high praise to this game, all right, but it is just how I feel. Sorry if I'm like overhyping the game or anything. Molly, move your shiny metal tin ass out of the way. I know, right? Cannot believe Molly sometimes. So thick. Actually blocking the way. It's a very cute game where you farm slimes. It's quite fun. Slime Rancher? Ooh. Farm slimes? That's an interesting concept, farming slimes. But then again, I played Kobold Care, so I shouldn't be surprised. Hello?
I never get tired of blowing stuff up.
Yes. Job's done. Maybe I should check it out. I just think the concept of farming slime is kind of unique. Because usually you what do you do with slimes? You kill the slimes, no? No, in most games slimes are bad. And in a weird sense as well, slimes are not bad, but something else. You know, slimes. Just slimes things. Shiny. Oh. Nutsack. Nutsack.
Sometimes it feels like I'm feeding a mimic or something.
Oh yeah, I know what that is. Get stunned. Molly?
You picked on the wrong kobold!
And playing as scout does require you to have like a better aim, because you cannot just shoot everything, even shooting non-weak spots. You really have to rely on shooting weak spots, which is very hard for this kobold. I cannot aim.
Warming up the place.
Nutsack. What this? It's gone.
Can you help me dig this out?
Don't think there's any more nutsacks. Oh, hi. Please get. Hello, I'm back. Oh, hi. Welcome back, my friend. Hi, back. The classic. Gonna hit everyone with it. Very important. Karappa. Karappa. Ooh, I'm suddenly feeling very hungry.
Where the heck is Molly? Molly!
Nutsack.
I love that sound. Heat flare up.
I love the flare gun. It makes a blinded kobold not blind because I'm so blind all the time.
Show me how you mine, Bosco.
It's here. Is it not? Oh, it's here.
Molly, come here. Yeah, keep coming at me. I'm sure it will work eventually.
Oh, wait.
Hurt someone with these eyes.
I shot so much before thinking that, oh, I need that. Hi, how you doing? Nutsack.
I really need to catch the name of that dwarf that I know is patting me in my sleep.
But kobolds have dark vision? They can see in the dark? Not this one, I guess. This one is very fucking blind even in broad daylight. And this one right here has absolutely super blind. Yeah, that was definitely one of my favorites. Find a dwarf that pets me while I sleep.
We've never seen in our lifetimes. But then came along our friend Flux Fusion.
I want to
Just what
pet
I needed.
I want to pet kobolds when they sleep.
Shake those legs of yours, Molly.
I'm here to deposit my nutsack. Well,
Oh,
not
wait,
mine, but
Now, I know the first rule of Royal Club is not talk about it, but we should totally join the dwarves on that.
I'm pretty sure there was. I need to find the name of that dwarf that I know is petting me in my sleep. Ian. Adorable. Oh, is that Cropper? Is that Warden? Oh, it's just a little bit of Cropper that I missed. Hello, why am I getting gifts instead? What? How'd you send me gift? Wait, we are not in the same region though. How? No, wait. I'm the one that's supposed to be nice to people.
Heat warmers up. Don't look directly at it.
Nutsack. I don't know what you buy, but thank you. I'm pretty sure you can give down exchange rates. Oh my god, then I cannot really just gift anyone anything. Because ringgit is so small. Hey, what the fuck? Put me down, please. Oh, okay, thank you. I didn't think they'll actually put me down.
Where is that old girl? Molly!
Ooh,
Corona corroded!
要吓我也不是这样的吗？真的是。Surprise uppies? What? Uppies?
And depositing minerals.
Surprise uppies! I love uppies. The Canadian dollar is finally strong for something. Isn't dollar very strong in general? Well, I thought I might sound very stupid when I say that. But it's just how I feel.
No, I once had a nightmare that I was the mule and Molly was the nice and glowing. Never mind, I don't want to.
I need 2 more nut sacks. I'm pretty sure I shot down more than 4. Maybe they dropped down? I love surprise arbies. Maybe they dropped down here. Shit. Don't feel like it did.
And off I go.
The US dollar perhaps, the Canadian dollar is a bit lower at trading right now. Oh. Okay, Tikaka, have a good lurk. Thank you, thank you. Kurapa. So curious what game you're buying for me though. I should be humble. Nutsack, but it's not. Oh. Molly, really? You would just shove me aside? Oh, there you are. I hate these things. Actually, why not?
Cold-blooded!
Doesn't work.
Molly, here, now! Interior heating, love it!
Nice, that's how you waste ammo. There's actually a fun thing you can do with those plants if you have fire. Oh, those gas explodes, right? When they meet fire? Right, I forgot. Well, I don't have fire, so I guess getting rid of them is a good idea.
Interior heating, love it!
Hey. Where's my one nut sack? Found it. Nutsack. Nutsack.
Shake that sexy metal ass and get over here, Molly.
Oh, la-dee-da. I completed a secondary objective just to get some extra shinies. Maybe a boop on the snoot or something.
A boop over the snoot. A boop on the snoot. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Help.
Top the food chain now, bugs.
Did I just shot Steve point blank? You know I probably did.
Heat warmers up. Don't look directly at it.
Run through the whole field so they release the gas that's fire, then fire a small burst of fire and they chain reaction explode. And that metal ass is pretty sexy. Wolf cuddles Snuffles, hi. Welcome. Boop kobold snoot? Yeah. Kobold love booping snoot or snoot booped. Boop the snoot. Hey, no. What's wrong with you?
Don't worry, I'll say it for you. I was frozen today.
Steve got him. La boop.
Oh, why are you smashing that mini mule? Oh, wait, you fixed it.
Nice and glowing. Bye-bye.
Whee. I want nitro. I want more nitro. I want more nitro because it's shiny. Why are you holding on? Nice. Love that feeling.
Okay, gotta ask, why are the dwarves suddenly talking about knee pads? Can somebody fill me in? Did I miss something? Hey, Bosco, can you dig it? Resupply on its way.
Looks like this resupply is just full of trash. Oh, wait, it's just a panda named McDarmo.
Resupply ordered.
I'm gonna call this resupply Anubis the Fourth, because it's probably gonna send someone to the afterlife. And don't ask about the first three. The Molly and Mini Mollies are heading back. Remember, you can always deposit on the drop pod if you can't deposit in Molly. Let's get that broken down pod fixed.
Okay, taking ammunition.
Am I getting hit?
Recalling the money to the pod, and all that little mini money too.
Too fast for you.
Love that.
No wardens around to protect you now, bugs. Come and get it.
Nice. Hi Astro, been lurking since the beginning but now I must leave. Hope you have a good rest of the stream. Thanks for the lurk and have a good heckin' sleep. Thank you, thank you. Is that Nitra? Love me some Nitra. Ow. Always appreciate lurk.
This is the life.
What do I do now? Oh, right. hammer. I have to stay in here,
So
right?
you're telling me that you hit it with a hammer enough times and it started working? That sounds like a goblin tactic. Anyway, the uplink's working. We're trying to triangulate your position, so please stay in the zone.
There, making it glow.
We're at 50% of the data. So far, mostly pictures of cats in space.
Ooh, pictures of cats in space? Oh my god, it's Sonic. Oh, don't knock it away.
Just when I thought things were getting boring.
That Sonic is hard to deal with.
75%. Why is it going so slow? Oh, right. Mining underground. I got it. Let me make this easier for you. Big green circle. You inside of it. Good. Outside. Bad.
Outside bad. Yeah, you better talk to me like this or I will not understand. Big green circle inside? Good. Outside bad.
Man, there was a lot of data on this uplink. Wait, what is that? Oh, God, no! Son of... Zombies! Why is there so much malware in here? While I fix this, I'll send in some fuel cells for you guys.
There's a board game about cats in space? A board game about cats in space? I only know about a card game called Exploding Kittens.
Glad I hit that target. Now to start fueling. Oh, it's not working? Have you tried plugging it in?
Why are you putting it there?
All right, loading back up. Oh yeah, give the little guy some sugar. Resupply on its way.
I hate to tell you, but we're out of budget for resupplies. Can you make this one last?
Game? Really? Game?
Resupply pod is here. Everybody collect ammunition.
Oh my god, how do I get out?
Warming up the place.
Maybe from here? Alright. I'll do a little spinneroonie. Probably a bad idea. Maybe? Oh my god, nice. I'm the best kobold in the world. Is that? Oh my god, there's two of them. There's three of them.
It's always the way it lives. Spewing disgusting mush all over the place.
Nice. Where was it? Oh, there it is. Nice.
The fuel cells are connected to the drop pod. If it doesn't work right away, you can try turning it on and off again.
Ain't nowhere I can't get to.
Right, bullets are very healthy. I put it in the video share channel. Okay, I'll take a look. Thank you. Actually, kinda curious. Because cats in space. Who doesn't love cats in space? I love space.
The fuel cells are starting up. Stay inside the green zone. That is definitely not a radiation bubble. I know staying in the radioactive zone of the fuel cells seems dangerous, but you have to be in there to help in charge.
You're done.
Victoria?
Fuel cells at 50%.
Conclusion. Full impact.
Oh, gas, gas.
You have to stay near the fuel cells to protect them. They're highly explosive.
How do I stay inside when the zone is so small?
Okay, collecting ammunition.
The fuel cells are at 75%. That's a lot of radiation you've taken, but you're almost done.
How about a head freeze?
Oh, that's Steve. It's the thing.
Jeopardizing this mission. You need to stay near the fuel cell. You have to stay near the fuel cells to protect them. They're highly explosive.
Music to my ears.
You specifically are jeopardizing
Oh
this
no.
mission. You need to stay near the fuel cell.
I know, but there's like a airborne thing.
Zone of fuel cells seems dangerous, but you have to be in there to help in charge.
It's the airborne. It's the airborne orange goo.
Prep the radiation shower for when you get back.
Flippin' Swiss cheese.
Yeah, it's that orange goo. Fucking hate it.
New reincarnation was not exclusive to kobolds. Welcome.
Blood is starting its reboot. Oops, I shouldn't have touched that.
A cold present from the cold-blooded. Oh yeah.
Ayo.
Onboard mainframe translated to Elvish. Wait, that's not right.
Don't worry, I'll say it for you. I was frozen today.
Calculating the launch thingy.
I will fucking murder you.
That hurt.
And skipping steps 3 through 11. Removing the animals from your ecom system.
Ammo taken.
It's not ready to go yet, right?
Thrusters calibrated and turned up to 11 just for you guys.
Oh, that's Steve.
Okay, okay, taking ammunition. I feel rejuvenated.
And drone pods launched. Oh wait, we gotta wait for them? Damn it. Okay, well, get on board. We're gonna leave with or without you.
Cold-blooded.
Oh, I got knocked in. Thank you. I got knocked in. There's no kobold lifter, it's just beat loud fuck. Yeah, that's the other mod. They know the audience for sure? It's even called Mlem Space Agency. Mlem? Oh my god. Split those bugs, girl. I got him. I just hate the orange goop shit. Those grenades are effective against those big guys. Oh yeah, I was surprised. It's like 2 grenades and then frozen. 1 point blank shotgun kills an oppressor. He's like, get out of here, you bastard. Bugs say, no, get out of here. You already did too much damage. Stop killing. Stop killing the Hoxes. It's fine. We get the point. Get out. Well, that's good.
Assignment complete. Congratulations.
So many Inopel. Inopel. Gain 5 levels as scout?
I could do this in my sleep.
I'm the best. Do I get more guns now? Or like more upgrade? Oh, yeah. Expanded ammo bags. Added to the flare, increasing how long it can burn. Oh my god,
Change a few numbers
yeah!
there, move a little bit here, remove that, add that, and there we go. Just the tweaking I needed to my equipment.
Faster hook retraction means a faster dwarf. Survival not guaranteed. Hook should have the highest speed.
Not obtained.
Make falling less painful. Oh!
Well, this mod better be worth it. Ah, who am I kidding? Of course it's gonna be.
Wait, if I buy everything I get plus 5 health? Oh my god, I can get plus 5 health. Shit. Sun. So if I buy all of these, I'll get plus
Work
5
my
health.
tail off for this. Bit expensive, but I really need it. Yeah.
Nice, plus 5 health. Oh my god, yes. Stun enemies more often and for a longer time. Semi-storage by ammo capacity. High capacity shells. Find out how to pack more buckshot into each shell. Handle with care that are liable to take an eye out. I need some more ammo, I think. Don't remember. I mean, it takes less management when the thing burns for longer, right? So I think I like that. I don't need to keep shooting the flare gun because they last longer. Improve stun. I love the total ammo, but the pellet count seems really good. I'll get total ammo.
Modification in the making.
Anything else I can buy? No? Yes? And pheromone canister. Mine. Dragon. Otter slime. Hi. I'm a fun-sized dragon. I'm a kobold. But I'm sure there's a lot of dragons in the chat. Well, some that I know. Oh my god, it's getting so late. What's the time? 6:45 p.m. Wow. See, that's a dragon. I have to simp when there's dragons. I have to. I should make more like funny little voice clips like that. It's actually just me going for simp, and then it's just like, and then make it become shitty, and just like add more reverb to it. It's so late for you. Yeah, I mean I've been here for 6.5 hours. I think that's pretty good. I'll still play this game from time to time, very rarely though. But we'll see. Yeah. I have deep dives. I can never do this. These are so stressful. I kind of want to contribute to the Yip voices. Is it on the Discord? Yes. Here, let me close the game real quick. I'm gonna go get food soon. I'm getting hungry. Caw.
Yep.
In Discord, Yip noises right below announcements.
Yep.
You can contribute Yip noises here. And there's a bunch here. It's really nice. I'm surprised. And yeah. I think I only have like 3 or 4 of my own Yips. Which I think it's okay. I think it's okay. Anyway. I'm a big kobold. I don't think I hear this music as much. There should be more of this music playing. This is the best one. This is the best music. Thick thighs with thick tail. My thighs are okay, not that thick, but I would love a thick tail. See, it fits so good. I'm so surprised. That little butt on the bottom left kind of works too. I'm glad it works. I'm snoozing it. Pen heads. Oh, haven't got the chance. Oh, premium is. Oh, oh. Cute, you cute. Wow, I cannot believe it. No, then the dragons are more cute. I like dragons, they're cute. We raided Niche yesterday. I really enjoyed that Lethriga's voice. Wait, really? Oh! Premium and Lethriga are playing the same game. I was like, oh, that looks like the same game. It's like, it is. Wow, look at all the pets. You even have the you cute woo. Very well prepared. I can definitely respect that. Lethriga is not dragon or kobold, but I just really enjoy his company. His voice is so good though. Like sometimes I wish I have this like I don't know. Lethriga sounds sexy. I like his voice. My voice is I don't know what I'm doing. Weird. For your rating, Lethriga. He has such a cool voice. I know, right? It's so... I want to say unique. Your voice is a cutie combo. Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that. He got love from me and my girlfriend last raid we did. Nice. Definitely deserves the love. Cheese. Cheese good. I like cheese, but they're so expensive. You know what? I'm gonna raid Latriga. Yeah. But before the raid, let me just do all the plugs and stuff. I love this combo. That is pretty good. Also, it fits you very well. Somewhat gremlin, very cute and extremely kobold. I'll take the extremely kobold part. Hey, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. And also, I have a Discord. To those who doesn't know, Dragon Cheese Ayo. Dragon Cheese. Discord. Dragon Simping Corner, very nice. And usually where I announce my stream stuff as well. Cute kobolds are raiding on your shinies. Yep. And then the yips. Would do of this raid message? Uh-oh. Well, what of this raid message, you mean? I mean, I like it. And cute kobolds are really Chinese. Oh, what do you think? It's a short. Oh my god. What do you yip? Everything. Yip everything. Yip think. Yip. Oh, what do I think? What do I think about the raid message? I like it. A cute kobolds though. Oh, maybe not the cute kobolds. I just want a kobold wagging tail. Wait. A kobolds wagging their tail. So I'm not good with words, so maybe I can tell. Raiding or shinies? No, that's not it. Building kobolds are raiding or shinies? Okay, that's... You know what? That is so good. Let's use that one. Thank you, Lex. I think that works. There. Well, if you want to use any emotes, any other emotes, it's totally fine as well. It's okay. Teamwork makes the dream work. I want to be able to spin. Will you do a spin emote? How do I make a spin emote? Maybe if I just record my 3D self spinning. That seems effortless.
Emotional damage.
I'm not too sure. Oh, that kind of spin. During all sides of my face? Oh no. Yeah, that's tough. I mean, those kind of spin works too. It doesn't need to be like spinning in 3D space. It can be spinning in 2D space as well. I could try that. It's essentially just like a still image and then just like spin in 2 dimension. Doesn't sound too hard, but this Monday, or next Monday, I'm gonna do some 3D art. I need to catch up with my. I need to catch up with my heckin' 3D modeling. The point reward thing. So yeah, I need to do that. I've been whoop. Here, let me type in the raid to Latriga. The 3D art your talent. Oh, hi Pinky. Oh my god, hello. I just think I love 3D art just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. But after doing 2D art for a little bit, I can kind of see I can see the appeal of 2D art now. It feels more expressive if done well. Okay, I type in the raid. Also, I hope you're doing good, Pinky. It's always nice to see you. Hello, hello. Okay. I type in the raid. Okay. Oh, one small thing I want to talk about is that I'm still trying to find a way to play Street Fighter 6. And oh, you gave me Slime Rancher. Thank you, Legs. I'm gonna accept the gift. Thank you. I can farm slimes now. Oh, and Street Fighter, yeah. I've been finding a way to try to play Street Fighter, and so far haven't found it yet. But that Akuma gameplay video really makes me want to play like Street Fighter and just play Akuma all the time. Akuma is so cool. I want to play Akuma. I'll find a way to try to make it work. Try. I'll try. I'll definitely try. But yeah, I think I'm ready to raid. I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna go get some food. So tomorrow no stream. Tomorrow will be a little bit of a little Discord thingy, which will happen with a specific role. Only a specific role can join in the little play party. So yeah, tomorrow no stream, and I'll be back on Sunday. Yeah, I'll be back on Sunday. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here. Thank you. You all always make Kobold feel special. Thank you. So before the raid, I keep wanting y'all. Yeah, okay. So before the raid, I wanna say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobold loves y'all. Thank you. Yeah, best to stream DRG bold. And here comes the raid to Lethriga. We raid Lethriga. Oh. We're raiding to a skull-faced creature who is also a cowboy. Very cool. I just think Lethriga is quite unique. It's quite unique. I very like. And we love Kobold. Yeah, that's Lethriga. Thank you, Alex. Oh yeah, this is the raid message. In case anyone wonders where we went, this is where. Okay. Yeah, we raid to Lethriga. And also, I'll take this. Give me a second. This is the raid message. The flailing kobolds are raiding our shinies. The flailing kobold. All the pets. Thank you. Kobold will see y'all in Sunday. Take care, everyone. Kobold loves y'all. Smooches. Bye. Bye. Bye.